Mike, Mike Dolson,
I'm here.
Tom McDonald,
Une.
Jamie Pluff. Here. Greg DeMontier, Carol Langford, Danielle Matt, Bing Matt, James Steele Jr., Martin Charlo,
Present.
Len Teeth,
Here.
Lenice Trahan. Here.
Tom, will you start us with a prayer this morning?
Creator, we want to thank you for this day. Thank you for all the blessings you have before us, our family, our friends, our land, our resources, our health, our community. We pray for those that have lost loved ones recently. We pray for those that are ill, sick. They find wellness quickly. We pray for those that are lacking in food or shelter. They find that also. We ask for your guidance today to give us wisdom to fulfill our needs for our people into the future. We do all this in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Tom. We do have minutes from December 30th as well as January 2nd. And Abby was not here on the 30th to take the minutes and missed the recording. She took the minutes from the recording, and the recording did not record the motion on the minutes from the 23rd. I'm remembering that Tom made the motion on the minutes on the 23rd, and I think Len seconded for the minutes on the 23rd, on the 30th. There is just the motion on the minutes that didn't get recovered by the audio. And I do remember it was unanimous, but I was thinking Tom and you had the motion and the second on the minutes of the 23rd.
Thank you, Mr. Did she capture the corrections to the minutes?
I believe she did.
Because that's the one where I wanted to make sure that they said underpass for the Gray Wolf facility. I think there was a couple other things, but yeah, that was Len and I. We do it again or need another motion?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I will check that correction was made.
Okay.
So we'll go to the minutes of the 30th of December. Yeah, Martin. Sure. Yeah, from Abby, where I got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. That is really small.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Tom.
I think, Mr. Chair, just one correction. When I was informing council, there was a news article about the 9 Republican senators that joined the Democratic senators. That would be the word change. It said Republican defectors that joined the Democratic senators, not our senators, but the Democratic senators. Thank you.
Motion by Len to approve the December 30th minutes with corrections. Second by Tom. All in favor? I've got 6-4 and Jamie abstains. We have minutes from January 2nd, quarterly.
Right after the floor was open for comments for the membership, so the tribal member announced he was offered an administrative. I would like that changed to tribal member employee Justin Ben was offered an administrative assistant job and
Thank you, Len. Any other? Motion by Len to approve the January 2nd minutes with corrections, second by Tom. All in favor? We're unanimous. So we do have an agenda for today. You have any additions to that agenda? Jennifer?
I just want to check to see if we have quorum Thursday. Because I have 3 gone for sure Thursday.
Is everybody that's here going to be here Thursday?
Well, 10 to noon, I'll have to step in another room somewhere to do a JC meeting.
There is healing court. I didn't know, I wanted to talk to you about that, how we wanted to do that. And then I'll just be leaving early that day, not really early.
The agenda goes till noon, but I didn't know if you guys, part of it from 10 or about 11 to noon is James Bible giving an update. I didn't know if you guys wanted more counsel here than the 6 and Tom out of the room for that discussion. And if you guys did, I just have 2 motion items that I could add today and then would be no council Thursday.
We think we can postpone James to the next week and add the 2 items and then we can have Thursday off. If we do that, yeah. Let's do that, Jen.
Okay, so then there's an addition today, then I'm gonna have Tabitha Espinoza at 1 o'clock just before Lands Committee, and then I'm gonna have Melinda Charlo come down right after Michelle to do a PSA approval. Okay.
Any other?
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Martin.
thank you. Sorry for interrupting. I will be needing to leave about 2:30, so if Lance has action items at the end, I just want to make council aware that I'll be leaving. Thank you.
So we'll put the action items on early. And we'd have 1 walk-in today, right? And I have a couple just housekeeping things. I would entertain a motion on the agenda with the additions. Motion by Tom. Second by Jamie.
I have a quick update also, Mr. Chair. Sorry.
Okay, Martin. All in favor? We're good.
Go Cats.
It's quite a game. Jason, come on up. Happy New Year.
good morning, council. Thank you for the opportunity to walk in. I wanted to follow up from our conversation back in November. As I had reported, I was here with the powwow committee for our Lee powwow and on the committee this year and had given out discussion items paper on a whole bunch of issues with the powwow grounds. And so I don't know if I mentioned that day, I wanted to come back on an occasional basis and just kind of keep informing and seeing where things are headed, if they're heading in any direction, any commitments made. And so that's kind of the point of why I'm here today. Part of the work that the committee was doing and are still working on is a raffle, and I had a bunch of tickets. And what that afforded me was the opportunity as I went around to tribal offices and different offices, meeting with tribal members, selling those tickets. They were asking me what I was up to. And so I was able to inform, you know, the membership and a lot of the folks that ended up buying those tickets that, you know, my whole purpose on being on the committee is to try and get some movement on the Arley Powwow grounds. And heard a lot of good discussion. It was quite a discussion item. I mean, some offices I ended up sitting for a half hour, 45 minutes. You know, people get kind of riled up, and so I heard a lot of comments, heard a lot of issues out there, and so I'm in a situation now where I had some time this morning, thought I'd come, and I was here actually last month, came up on a day and didn't realize council was canceled that day. So I'm going to try to come maybe once a month or so, and whenever my schedule allows, and just continue this discussion, see where we're headed, if there's going to be a bigger plan. We've had a couple of outreaches. The committee was communicated with a couple of times from the land staff for a couple of meetings that were scheduled and then canceled. In that regard, I would just ask, you know, if you're trying to have a meeting, maybe ask what our availability is. Because my schedule changes, you know, and when I work and have to be out of the area, I have to take advantage of those opportunities. So, but yeah, we've had a couple of meetings that didn't happen, or at least I wasn't at. And so, you know, and that focus, I understand where the staff is coming from, because, you know, it's the existing powwow grounds, it's the existing facilities they're responsible for. But I'm hoping this discussion that we had back in November in the paper I left would lead to a bigger discussion and a bigger commitment, long term, because we're now 50 years plus into that old powwow grounds down there. And it's just time. And I read the annual reports. I see how financially the position of the tribe is today, you know, and I don't want to rehash all the points I talked about back in November, but I think there could be a greater commitment from all tribal departments, you know, to really do both of our celebrations to a level and an extent that our tribal employees and departments and staff embrace and commit to. You know, I talked to a lot of people again with the tickets, and they're like, "What's this for? Arley Powwow? Oh, okay, great. Yeah, I'll help." You know, they want to be involved. They want to see the thing grow and be successful. And the Matt family and the commitment they've made down there to run a good powwow, it's a good powwow. It's just the facilities are lacking. And so that's why I'm here today, is just to see where we're headed, what can be done as far as a commitment for the future to rebuild the thing. It's time. And I know it's a huge commitment of money, you know, huge commitment of money, but it ain't getting any cheaper. Every year we wait, that price tag's just going to go up. And whatever I can do to help in that regards too, I'm here to offer that service too. You know, if there's some contacts, some work. I mentioned, you know, in November about the architect school in the Bozeman, because Missoula doesn't have one. No. What's that? I don't yet, but I could reach out to them if that's something that the council would like somebody to do.
A different project too that we're trying to reach out to is, I'm on that committee that Tom appointed me to with Lake County Sheriff's Office, and they're looking at a plan for the jail facility, not jail facility, but the ancillary facilities that could be connected. Not that that's going to happen, but that's what they would like to do, is get a plan together to present to the public. So,
Go ahead, Carol.
I think that's the first step, wouldn't it be, is to reach out to somebody to develop a plan? Or are you thinking about the committee coming together and trying to figure out what we're going to tackle? If not everything, but I mean, does it have to be piecemeal? I just don't know.
Well, yeah, that's, I mean, I don't have a firm plan either to propose to you. I mean, I don't know what the leadership and what the department structure is and who should run something like this or who's, responsible. I think this comes back to kind of what I see happening with the powwow grounds now is everybody kind of forgets about the powwow grounds until, a few weeks before it happens, and then there's a scramble. In a project like this, we can't scramble. It's got to be, we're probably looking 5 years down the road before we actually just start moving dirt, because there's a lot of pieces and parts that have to come together to make it what the tribe wants. Not what Jason Adams wants or the powwow committee, but what the tribe wants. There should be involvement. Jamie knows this. Back in the day when we built the community center in Arlee, we had community meetings. We brought the community together and said, "What do you want?" And the only error we made down there that I own is the kitchen, right, Jamie? Ended up too small. So, but those are the kind of things that, once you engage the School of Architecture at the MSU, they bring people in, they start that planning process. If we come together, similar to what happened in Ronan for the grounds out there that the tribe and the community owned with the fair plan that was put together by the MSU School of Architecture. They had these big grandiose plans. Then once everybody saw the price tag, everybody kind of retreated to their neutral corners and nothing ever really got done. I really hope that doesn't happen with Arlee. If we come up with a plan that solves a lot of these problems, looks long-term, that the tribe is ready to say, okay, let's find the money to make that happen when we know the price tag. That's my opinion.
Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, so like Jason did say, Tribal Lands has reached out to the committee multiple times to get something scheduled with us. The last one, Wendy Muffy, Matt was the one who scheduled it. She picked the dates and everything for it. They had canceled that date and then showed up at the office that day anyway. And I don't know if it was because Jason was out of town or not, but Jason wasn't there. So we do have a pre-plan right now of just kind of working some potential designs for down there of how to expand the powwow grounds as it is. We have to, like Jason said, you have to start somewhere, then try to figure out how do we develop it, find out how the cost is going to be and so forth. But we were looking at multiple aspects on this. One is removing, say, the powwow grounds arbor right now, leaving that for stick game and putting a new arbor over at the rodeo grounds, if the rodeo grounds are no longer going to be utilized. And that's what shows the circle arbor there, which is similar to the one that is up in Browning that would actually be utilized, it's more visual, bigger area, it's bigger footprint than what the arbor would be at Browning or up in Elmo. But you do have a lot better visual all the way around the dance floor, a lot more room for the dancers, the drums, and the individuals looking at it. A lot of the toilet systems down there would be vaulted. Some would be the shower bathroom system hookups. That would be closer to the ones to the arbor and to the stick game pavilion and card games and vendor site. The complete purple area that you see there is the vendor site. That would extend from stick game arbor to the new dance arbor. And the pre-planning on that is if we have to piecemeal this together year after year, we have to look at the functionality of the property. One, the water system has to be completely upgraded. It cannot be done yet under the community development dollars under water compact until that is released for us in potentially another 3 years, 2 to 3 years. That is the biggest one. We've been working on that one with housing for the last 2 years since we inherited the management of the powwow grounds. We do have a plan in place with housing. The engineer out at housing, we had worked with him on the well structure that is out there at Chief Martin Charlo. It is a dual well system that does generate enough water to be able to go piped it across the Powwow Road, down the north side of Powwow Road into the Powwow grounds and sufficiently supply enough water for the Powwow during the weekend. It will also remove all of the other wells, the existing wells that are in place that are being utilized in that aquifer, and put onto the one system, which would actually benefit all the aquifer. That had a price tag on it of a substantial amount 2 years ago, which most likely has went up since. But that plan is in place that would actually generate where we'd be able to plumb in more of the bathrooms, more of the showers for the expansion to happen. But at this time, if it's strictly wells, the aquifer there does not support enough water system to support a lot bigger water development use. So we have that major concern. We wanted to expand camping areas throughout the area. So we were looking at multiple different areas for extra camping to be happening, but then also bring in what was talked about before. Up to the north there is the softball field area with camping and parking and some bathrooms and potential vendors site stuff out there. That way you would have the softball tournament that is usually held during the 4th of July weekend right there on the Powwow ground site, along with the powwow, to bring everybody together to enjoy this, the celebration that is happening there on that property footprint. The black lines are going to be the road access. It will actually cross the canal in 2 different spots where it'd be new locations to make it easier access going through the complete powwow area. We do not have any preliminary costs yet or on it, but that is going to be a significant venture. But we wanted to work with the powwow committee to see what their thoughts were, if we needed to adjust anything, move things around. They like the idea and the planning of it, but it's now the next step of let's get somebody to develop something more than just a screenshot like this, but actually kind of really work on that pre-planning and moving forward.
What? Oh,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jason, thank you for coming in, because the persistence will prevail. So I'm glad you're going to put us on a regular schedule. You know, back when I got on council, I thought what a great opportunity to make the powwow grounds really something and utilize it more year round to the benefit. And I really tried to focus to put our ARPA money into it, because we'd have a great facility that could be used in major events for housing our people, catastrophic events, and then just make it to the celebration grounds that it should be. And that was an opportunity to have some funding that it was available. And you know, just like the Standing Arrow Power Grounds, there was an opportunity with some funding to make that a beautiful site. And so that I look at the ARPAs that way. So we tried to work on it. And back in the day when I first became a program manager, just so you know, I dedicated our program, Wildland Rec program, for up to a month ahead of time with the powwow to work on that. And I remember I rebuilt every bridge across that canal one time and the culvert. And then we prepared for the big, 100-year event. But there wasn't really other programs doing that. And so that's a great idea. I really appreciate that. And I think there are programs that would like to do that. What I would like to do is just really have a planning committee that's bigger than what you're talking about. And I would make the argument that you did miss one other thing. It wasn't just a kitchen. You built the building in the wrong spot. I would have built the building in the powwow grounds. And so it was used, it would have been there as an anchor of the powwow grounds as a facility used year round, and not off to the side. But that was the only critical thing that I got after cousin Kevin about. So anyway, I think that's there's so many different ideas to be able to maximize the use of that for a win-win-win for so many different things. So that requires some really long-term planning. And I think you probably, when you went around, like you described, heard a lot of other ideas that you didn't have on your list.
Very much so.
Yeah, so that'll be great to get all those down in writing and think about it. And let's have a good picture. And once we have that, then the conceptual design by Idaho or Montana State can happen through their landscape planning architectural bureau. And then we could seek funding, but it's a stepwise program, and that's why I appreciate Mark knows it's a stepwise program. We got to be able to probably build this in series once we have our design down. So I would absolutely be, thrilled to work on that and be part of that for the powwow grounds. Because I really think it needs to be utilized, if not 12 months out of the year, at least 8 months out of the year, because that's where you don't forget about it. That's where you're taking care of it. That's when we're maximizing the potential for both every cultural event we have, any celebrations we have other than the 4th of July powwow, economic development, whatever it can be.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of other things we could add to it just besides some softball fields.
Yeah.
So I think there's some great potential there. I just appreciate you coming in.
Yeah, I just want to follow up real quick on your comment about my discussion with the tribal membership. A lot of those in-depth discussions would come from people at powwow, people that travel, people that get out there. They're the ones that really engage the most because they see, like I mentioned, my family and I, we hit 8 powwows last summer and my son dances. And so try to get out there, but you can't help but notice facilities when you're out there, especially those that are not very good. Our relatives downriver from us put on the best powwow I know of still, down in Usk. And if you wanted to do some research and go and see what's out there, and I know JR is talking about they're at max now too. They're looking at expanding already, but their facilities are beautiful. And I don't know, I've never been there and been in a situation where their restrooms go down during the celebration, and we've done that almost every year at Orly. So I just appreciate your time. I don't know if, if we continue this discussion on occasion. I like Tom's idea with expanding and maybe setting a committee in place that really can start picking this apart. I don't know who put this plan together, first time I've seen it, but it's an idea, it's a concept we can build off of. We can say, yes or no to. And my paper that I put together with, talking with the committee, overlay that with what we have here and see where we go. I just think there's so much detail that needs to be, brought out in this as we think through this, and more minds at the table, the better. That's why we have those scoping meetings. We bring the public in. We have those ideas, those discussions, and get opinions.
Good, Bing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jason, I really appreciate you joining in with the kids for this project since they've been on doing this powwow. Every year I come back after the powwow, and Tom and I usually end the grand entry together most of the time when we talk, but it needs to be bigger because this is just too small for these people. And after the powwow, I come back and say, we need to get a new harbor. We need a new harbor. But we just couldn't come up with the funding, where we was going to get the funding for it. And yeah, like you say, down in Usk, that is a beautiful harbor. And like you say, it's too small. Yeah. But the way they got their seating, I think they could have done a better job with their seating in that harbor than they have in there. Because they only got 3 rows of seating in there. Yeah. And that's it. But it's Browning. They've got little grandstand, little stands, like they have down the powwow ground there. That's what they have there in their arbor. They can see quite a few people in there. And that's covered and everything. And then one in the arbor that they just built down in Great Falls, Little Shell. Yeah, they did. They built a nice arbor down there too. Yeah, and it's where Little Shell will get money to put something like that up. I don't know, but if they can do it, I sure the heck thought we could do it too, you know, if they can do it. But it's, the arbors that I've been to, they seem like that. Even went out of Heartbeat, a little arbor out there, the Heartbeat is a pretty nice one too, you know. But people have know what they want, really. You know, once God gets built, they all want one like that because they're nice, really nice. You know, and I just hope and pray that we can have the same thing here in Arlee, you know, with the powwow and the people that comes to visit us every year and more every year coming, you know, and I think right now, I think my daughter says she has probably around 50 vendors already called, ready and more.
74, I think she said.
Oh,
this
74
last
now.
year.
I know, yeah, last year, that's what she had last year. But she's got about, I think now for next coming year, she's got already about 50 events, so it's signed up. You know, so that vendors is there and they want to be here, you know, and they making reservations right after the powwow is over, they want to come back. You know, so it's, you know, it's just the idea of just having all them people here, you know, and having room for them people, you know, and I'm glad we're going to use part of that rodeo grounds to put them in there, you know, and but I hate to see that arbor way out there in that rodeo ground. I hate like to have it a little bit closer to where it's at now, you know, that way there, and it's would be too far from the stick aim arbor. You know, it's quite a little jaunt from where they want to put it to the stick aim arbor. But you know, it's nice here that you're working on this, and I appreciate you working on it with the kids, you know, and hopefully we can get this off the ground and people over in Bozeman can help out a little bit to get this drafted up, you know, and so we can have a clue where we're going. Thank you for it.
Thank you. Just to follow up, I don't know if everybody saw the Little Shell have a master plan that they revealed here not too long ago about an event center and all that up on top of that hill. And so they're doing some planning and some looking down the road for a large investment up there, and it includes a celebration facility.
Other comments? Should we try to get this committee established by next month? If you're coming in monthly, let's see if we can have a committee put in place next month.
Well, I appreciate your time, council. Thank you for opportunity to be here again. And we'll just keep working on this and keep chunking away and see where we go. Thank you.
So suggestions about who should be on the committee. Think about that and let's get that figured out. And Happy New Year, Jason. Good to see you. So we'll start with Michelle. Morning, Michelle. Happy New Year. Morning, Selena.
Good morning, council and Chairman Dawson. Wanted to bring Selena in as the program manager for Tawahe, give some brief updates, but we also have our TA is supposed to be joining Crystal because we have some requests for the leadership. And so she emailed me and said she was on, but yeah, that's her tribal name. Okay. Okay, thank you. So I'll hand it over to Selena and then she'll hand it over to Crystal.
Good morning, council. I just want to kind of give you an update to what I've been doing, what I'm working on, and let you know I'm going to put in another agenda request for next week. But so I met with Crystal and did my onboarding with her with the Tawahi initiative. And I've been going through job descriptions, creating, because there are 6 positions within this initiative, which include there's tribal defenders, case manager, peer support specialist with behavior health. There's another behavior or peer support, tribal health.
And court.
Uh, And then, so we have case managers and like the case manager under healing court will have additional positions that go into these departments. So I will be working with all of them. So I'm working on the job descriptions right now and we'll be in to do org chart changes. And I'm working, well, what I discussed with Crystal is our implementation plan where, because this money has been here for a little bit and I'm just starting, we're kind of in between the beginning stage and the second stage. And so I'm just trying to, I guess, match up those duties within each part of the plan. So with that, I will introduce you to Crystal Keong. I don't know if she can talk.
Yeah.
Okay, there, we can hear you now, Crystal.
Awesome. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. Morena tātou i te iwi. Great to be online. My name is Crystal Keong from Whanatahi, USA. We are the technical assistants and the lead support for Tawahe, and grateful to be online with our beautiful nation CSKT from Montana. So good to be online with you all. Kia ora. I just kind of came on in the last part of your speech there, Selena. So thank you, one, for being present and doing a great job picking this up. I feel like we've thrown you in the deep end a little bit on this, but happy to be online, Council, and good to see you all.
Carol, go ahead.
Why don't you give us an overview of the program? I know Len went to Red Lake and stuff, and I want to know exactly what your goals. And I remember somebody came in, Liberty, when she was hired to run the program. At that point, she said, we are extremely behind in this program. So I am very worried about this funding and where we're going with it. So we really need to hit the ground running. I understand the job descriptions and all of that, but what is our ultimate goal? I mean, I know we work with the courts, we work with social services, we work with all these programs to better streamline them. So where are we at in this process? So I know that as a leader down the road that we will not jeopardize our funding, because I'm very concerned just by what she had to say.
So I have been a part of the Tawahi Planning Committee for a couple years since Patty had it. And so we had done some eagle mapping with a group of people a couple of years ago, and for some reason, nobody can find it. So we actually just hired a TA to help us put together the strategic plan for the Tawahi funds. We have a large group that meets every 2 weeks. Actually, we've been meeting upstairs in the conference room, and it includes people from each of the departments that are involved in this funding. And so now what we're doing is we're going to have the TA or the what is their group called? Corey's.
TLPI.
Oh yeah, TLPI will be helping us lay out the strategic planning for this funding so that we are on track and we have a laid out goal of where we're going and what we're utilizing these funds for.
Okay, and also I noticed there was a meeting that was canceled and I thought, oh, that's just another couple of weeks behind again, and so I would hope that we would not cancel. I know people get sick. I know there's jump dances. I know all of that, but we need to try to be consistent with these meetings and I wanted to come. That's why I'm kind of like, oh my God, it was canceled right at the, I don't know, last minute or whatever, but yeah.
We actually changed. So Michelle was the one that had that meeting set up and she handed that over to me. And so it's a change in the time and day, or not time, the day. So rather than being on Thursday, it'll be on Wednesdays now.
All right.
Go ahead then, Tom. Go ahead, Michelle.
Okay. I'd also like Crystal to maybe respond to the concerns on where we are in the funding and just to reassure Councilwoman Langford that we're on track and we're doing well.
Crystal?
Awesome. Yes. Thank you. Again, good morning, Council. Good to be online. I'm actually chiming in from Washington, D.C. Our role here is more at the federal level. And just to give a bit of quick background, we have been involved with Tawahe since it was launched back in 2015. And it actually started with some thinking with the then Assistant Secretary, Kevin Washburn, of how could BIA provide a better way to get services to families? And they went around under the Obama administration looking for ideas, ideas that were indigenous and that were native, that particularly incorporated culture. That's how they landed upon New Zealand. I was originally working with the New Zealand government, and we were working in putting into legislation a similar policy to Tawahe, but back in 2009. So we were a few years out the gate with a new way to have a better relationship between our tribes in New Zealand and the New Zealand government, to the point where we were successful in establishing a new structure to support our tribes. That caught favor with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and that's how these two beautiful countries and these great ideas have come together as one. And so Tawahe was mirrored after New Zealand and their policy, our version of Tawahe back home. And what it did, it just laid some foundation groundwork stuff for the first 5 pilot tribes when Tawahe was launched. Fast forward, and I'm giving this background because as a result of what the 5 pilot tribes did, Red Lake being one of the pilot tribes, from 2015 to 2020, there was a congressional mandate to provide a final report at the end of this demonstration period. Halfway through that demonstration period, the National Tawahe Coordinator that sat here at the Bureau of Indian Affairs, she left. And halfway through the pilot phase, these tribes picked up the initiative themselves and they defined this and they fulfilled the congressional mandate on their own. No consultation with BIA, because then COVID happened. There was no interest to replace the national coordinator. So effectively, the 5 tribes were administering Tawahe, building the plane as they're flying it, trying to figure out a structure, because the mandate to Congress was, here's 5 years, here is what some money could look like, what would implementation look like, provide guidelines for tribes who would want to adopt it. So fast forward 2019, tribes had to pick this up themselves. Chairman Siki from Red Lake basically said to the other 5 pilot tribes, look, we do this on our own and we fulfill and meet the congressional mandate ourselves, because BIA we're not, or we let Tawahe just kind of roll over and die. And that was it. And the 6 pilot tribes collectively said, we've gone too far. This has been so successful. We cannot lose this. And that's why the 6 pilot tribes, they submitted the final report to Congress. And we were part of that journey in helping that. As a result, Congress, who were unaware that there was no consultation for the last 2 to 3 years of the pilot, of the demonstration period, they then directed BIA to engage, like they just kind of injected some life into the BIA, say you need to talk to these pilot tribes, what they submitted in the final report, And in that final report, there is an implementation guide, which is what Selena was referencing. That guide that the tribes developed and submitted, Congress accepted with a green light, and they loved it. And they directed BIA to expand this and to expand it now, which is why in 2021, BIA suddenly came back into the picture to the 6 pilot tribes after being silent for about 3 years and said, hey, tribes, can you tell us what Tawahe is? We need to expand this. And even then, they didn't know what expansion could look like. And again, through the leadership of Red Lake, who brought the other pilot tribes together, and they then came up with a bit of a matrix on how to select tribes who would be ready to go out the gate, who were creative, who had the resources, and who had the know-how and would be ready to go out the gate. So it was the 6 pilot tribes that then went through a process to expand this because BIA had no idea what Tawahe was, let alone know how to expand it. So I'm kind of giving you a brief update because to that point, that is how CSKT was selected. And congratulations, first and foremost, because I knew that there were a lot of interest in Tawahe and there were a lot of applications. And so the fact that the 6 pilot tribes, who there was no, it was a blind selection. So the 6 pilot tribes had no idea where the applications were coming from. But based on what you perhaps have presented, it was that compelling that you were selected as what we call now a demonstration site. When you talk to the 6 original sites, of which Red Lake is one of them, they're called the pilot sites. And the tribes hate calling themselves the pilot sites. If anything, we're all Tawahe, but it's BIA that has these descriptions and labels. So hence why CSKT plus another 3 tribes, Oglala Sioux, Leech Lake, and Paiute, they're known as the demonstration side. You're the second wave of Tawahe tribes. So hence how you came on board. Now, kind of to your question about, being a little bit delayed, don't worry so much because BIA haven't had the leadership in place and we haven't had a permanent national coordinator. When Rachel came up, I think she came up with Gaynell at one point when you first came on board. She was number 5 national Tawahe coordinator. And we were grateful for Rachel because she actually then got out to the tribes. And so BIA were just trying to figure out what is Tawahe. So what we said in the implementation guide, if you go back to that guide, a guide which was accepted by Congress, the pilot sites, based off their experience, they said in the implementation guide, the planning should take at least about 5 years. I mean, if they could do Tawahe all over again, they would take the time to plan and strategize better. Because what they recognized is that in order for Tawahe to be successful, it needed to start from the top, tribal council. But it takes time to understand Tawahe and more importantly, to define Tawahe your way, right? And so Tawahe is less about the money and more about this new model, which takes out all the compliance and it provides, here is some funding, here is a better structure, particularly around data, particularly on how we harmonize key efforts. We're not trying to replace social services. We don't want to replace ICWA. But what we do is we want to reshape our thinking about the families and how do we meet the families better where they are and be a type of a glue that kind of brings all the pieces together, right? So hence why it takes a little bit of time to understand what is your version of Tawahe, because each tribe is different. And so that's what the pilot sites documented in the implementation guide. And they said very clearly, it's written in there with a nice visual at the very back. This should take at least 5 years for your planning. So hence with our demonstration sites, you may feel that perhaps you're a little bit behind the mark, but you're actually where you're meant to be because we know it takes time. Elections happen, a news cycle happens. And so it takes time to get a good grounding around Tawahe and what you want to do, not what you're meant to do, but what the tribe wants to do with this additional funding. It's not a compact, it's not a contract. This is an example of the United States upholding their fiduciary responsibilities to the tribes. Here you go, tribes, 1.5 million. Here you go. No application. This is given to you because the tribes, particularly the pilot tribes, saw that you were creative and that you had the aspirations and the philosophies of Tawahe would work well there. So hence the reason you're not behind. Please don't feel like you're delayed. But there are kind of some markers that we do want to progress to. And for CSKT, the first one should be getting this strategic plan. And this is not like a typical strategic plan whereby you have from a program lens, A, B, C, and D. This is a strategic plan that you're looking over the next 5 years. What pieces perhaps do we need to invest in, whether they be resources, people, data, resources, structure, what structure, buildings, etc. What resources and what does this look like in order to create and provide services that better meet the needs of families, meeting the families where they are, right? And that strategic plan is the first step for your tribe, is that. And we understand, and if you go back to the implementation guide and read through the report, for the pilot sites, it took them the first 2-3 years to break down the silos amongst the directors, programs, and start harmonizing a common view and a common pathway together. Again, from the pilot, from the demonstration period, they encourage new tribes like yourself to just focus on one thing. What is the most important need for your tribe, and build the strategic plan around that? So it could be something that's court related, and you start building out and starting adding value. Where can we help improve and get services to our families better, quicker, where they are, right? There's no compliance on this. So sky's the limit on what you want to do. So hence start small, build the strategic plan over that, and that would become the focus of your implementation. When you went to Red Lake, I know that there was a delegation that went to Red Lake. What you saw at Red Lake, that's taken 10 years to build. And what happened with them is it started initially with children, and Sherry, who is fantastic, and Chairman Siki, who is also fantastic. What they've done is they then leveraged, they built things on where Tawahe could be a catalyst. They started it, but then they evidenced it and demonstrated it to the state. And that's how Sherry could leverage other funding by the state to help build out this beautiful dream, this aspiration that they have made. So what you saw is like 10 years. And the idea is we know that implementation dollars is not a silver bullet. Would love to fix everything, but hence you want to find a pilot, something small, and you know that you're going to get the implementation dollars every year. Don't panic. Don't think that it's going to be taken from you. That right now is guaranteed. Okay. And I'll come back to that. But second, it's a catalyst. The funding is more of a catalyst. What can you build? What can you innovate? And then how can we leverage? Can we go to that model that you've built, that structure that you've demonstrated? Can we go to the state of Montana? And can we get some state funding? Can we look at the other agencies, DOJ, and say, this is our model of recidivism that works better, and have them fund it? Because we know BIA doesn't get much in their funding bucket. So that's the idea of Tawahe. Please don't feel that you're delayed, that you're any far back behind. You're exactly where you're meant to be in this planning phase. And the fact that you've got Selena, and that you have Michelle, you're now building your team here. And we understand that it takes time to build a good, to build a team. Resources come and go, and that's just reality. And hence why in the implementation guide, the pilot tribes highlighted that, there's lots of kind of turns and bumps and, gaps here and there that we have to deal with administratively. And that's why the planning should take at least 5 years to at least get a good team together, to get a good understanding of what Tawahe is, to agree on what the pilot will be, and then to start testing, piloting. And even when you test it out the gate, you're probably going to pivot again and change things. So hence why take your time, take your time, if anything. So I just wanted to give that background about Tawahe and just to kind of reassure you're exactly where you're meant to be. You got a good team here, and the strategic plan really should be the next focus. While you're also, we know that you're delivering services already on the ground. Great. And if Tawahe, if you got some money there to support it, do it. You're not going to get your hands slapped, right? So this is about strengthening and building your model of what Tawahe could look like. So I hope that that answered some of your thoughts or questions. Or
I
maybe,
do have one more comment, Mr. Chair.
yeah,
I went to a meeting in Salt Lake City with Patricia Hibbler about,
yeah,
seems like 3 years ago now, about
yes,
tea. And I served with a lady from Red Lake, Michelle Kobane, she was on the tribal council. And she isn't no longer, but I served with her on Ameren. And she talked about Tawahe and what Red Lake's doing. And I think there's an opportunity for this tribe to really work on, like you said, our silo situation. But I know I heard from a couple of people on the trip back to Minnesota that there was some hard feelings about targeting social services. And I think we need to make sure that our social services are brought along this whole process because they really need, they're the experts on the ground, just like people coming in here asking us to make decisions on those kind of issues. We don't have the expertise. That's what they're for. And so I think we need to make sure that they have the input that they need to have. And I'm looking forward to this program. And I don't know, I always think we are behind because, you know, usually we're in the forefront of a lot of things and this time we're kind of like the second fiddle on the second bus coming, but you know what? We can achieve anything we want to achieve, and I'm sure Michelle and Selena can pick the ball up and get it moving quickly. So thank you.
Tom, you were looking.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciated all the presentations. Selena, congratulations on your position. And Michelle, I'm glad you came in today. As I was in Ronan, I was looking at that 16 family unit transitional living facility. How 12? 12. Okay. 12 unit. To me, like that's a great fit that Tawahe would fund the operation of that. That's my question. Is that a plan for these funds? Because it looks like it's a turnkey. We're going to take it. We have the obligation to run that and fund it somewhere in the bandwidth that we have. And it looked like Tawahe's pretty good. That in Morningstar, there was a proposal to build a new Morningstar. I need to find out more about that. And then of course funding that. And and then we look at the justice system and are taking on more responsibilities with Public Law 280. And then making sure people don't go back. That's the critical thing is that, you know, people get out, they have something to go to, they have a place to live, and we're supporting them. But the families and the children come first. And so I guess it looks to me like Tawahe was great funding to fund that transitional living facility. That's my question. Is it going to fund that?
Go ahead, Michelle.
Yeah, so if you remember the last time I came in by myself, I submitted our plan and our budget to you. And we've set aside $50,000 of Tawahe funding for the operations. So it's for facilities, it's for the power bill, it's for those things. So that is in the budget. And then we're also going to utilize, and we're actually going to come during my next chairman's meeting update. I'll have a budget that I'll present to you guys for approval for the next day. But this week we should have it ironed out. So this is tentative. We're looking at the Anchorway budget that was set aside for Anchorway, whatever's left of that will go over towards the Ronan transitional units and then next year's obligation, which is 476,000, 50,000 from Tawahe. We'll have tenant-based assistance because we intend to make sure that all the parents that are a part of this have workforce development and that we're employing them with the 477 support. And so we'll have tenant-based assistance to count on as well. And then 477 will help. And so that's going to be specifically lined out My staff is working on it tomorrow, Wednesday, and they're getting it to me. So then I'll bring them with me. We'll submit it to you, and then I'll bring it to council the following day for approval.
Jamie?
Hey, Michelle. So I'm just I'm probably behind. So when you talked about the plan, you said you brought the plan, the strategic plan? No. Okay.
So it's the Tawahi Restorative Plan, which is different than the strategic plan. This is a plan that we submit to BIA and say, this is what we plan to do, but it's not something like Crystal said, we don't have to ask for their approval. They're just wondering, where are you? What are you going to do? What are your ideas so far? And so we, as a work group, worked on it for 5 months and submitted it and named it our restorative plan.
Okay, so that 1.5, is that just for CSKT or is that for all 6 of the tribes?
It's just for CSKT. So the first 6 pilot tribes get 3.5, I believe, Crystal, is that correct? They get 3.5, we get 1.5, but Crystal will talk to you in a little bit about what we're hoping to ask for, which is get all the tribes that are part of the Tawahi initiative up to parity, would put us all at 3.5 million. And then, but yeah, for right now, it's 1.5 annually.
Okay, 2 more questions.
Okay.
So the committee that has been, the work group that's been meeting for the past 5 months, so what, when Crystal talked about to say what's important, what's the most important need, what has that been? What has the committee said that has been our most important need?
We actually haven't narrowed it down to just one. We're discussing all of our needs right now,
Okay.
and that's what TLPI is going to help us.
Okay.
So ego mapping is a different sort of asset mapping. Instead of looking at a community and saying, okay, let's for instance say Pablo. Pablo has the complex, they have SKC, they also have a tribal health center, they have the gymnasium, they have a grocery store, post office, and restaurants. They have 3 chiefs. So that's the assets of the community.
Okay.
So ego mapping is looking from way higher up and saying, okay, so yeah, we've got SKC and we've got this tribal health clinic, but we've got tribal health clinics in every community, and we've got human resources as well. We've got knowledge keepers, we've got elders committees, so ego mapping helps you map out what you have, but also what are the gaps? What's missing? What do we need? And what are the changes that we want to see in our communities? And so that's what RTA is going to help us with. And the RFP actually closed just a week ago, yesterday. And so we're in the contract phase of that. And they were previously contracted with to do the ego mapping. Unfortunately, all the people that worked on that project are gone from here and gone from there. And so nobody has it. So, but I think we would have had to redo it anyway, right? Now that we've got different leadership in place.
Okay.
And so that's that part of the plan that we're working on.
Okay, so then when the letter that you're asking us to approve today, in it is asking to approve the strategic plan?
No, Crystal's going to talk about that.
Okay.
We have some federal level discussions that are coming up in February that I thought it would be best if she described them, because that's the work she does for us.
Okay, last
Okay.
question. With the committee, it doesn't sound to me like there's been council representatives on that. Could we include that as part of those committee meetings?
Yeah, they're invited. I've been inviting Carol
Okay.
and Len traveled with us to Red Lake.
Okay.
So it was vital that someone from council
Right.
travel with us to Red Lake. And so absolutely. And in the first couple of months, Jordan Thompson was attending the meetings as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Go ahead, Len.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies, thank you for your leadership in this Tawahi program. And I also wanted to commend you for your, for guiding us through the Red Lake field trips. That was awesome. We learned a lot and met some really, really good people over there. And, um, realized that this Tawahi could be a game changer for us. And so it's really good to see that you're following up with your staff meetings and getting a plan together. And yes, we will strongly support you because I've seen it firsthand on how it changed the Red Lake people. So, but anyway, thank you and keep up the great work.
Jamie?
So I just want to clarify, so Carol or Len, are you going to attend those meetings? Is that, I mean, if not, I would gladly participate because I think it's important. Okay. Yeah, okay.
The one thing I want to add to the discussion is I was always glad to see Tawahi because we've been asking the government to give us the money and let us do what we want with it forever. And it's kind of scary when they finally say, here's some money, do what you want with it. And that's what Tawahi is. And so they take the blinders off and go forward. Sounds good.
So I just wanted to put a little note in there for you guys, Jamie, that letter that was included has already been signed in November.
Yeah.
And so I put it in there because I wanted the new council to see that this has already been in place, and then Crystal will share with you guys some more about what's coming up in February.
Sure, thank you. Thank you again, Council. Great comments. I picked up on a few things. Absolutely, Tribal Councilwoman, about the council having representation in a lot of the planning. Yes, please. And in fact, out of the 6 pilot tribes, they've all been very successful, but the ones who have really, like as you've seen, Red Lake, they have had tribal leadership that have been very active in that process with Tawahe. So absolutely. And if anything, it's the tribal council that should be guiding, right? Because you are the ones that know the needs at a strategic level. And so we absolutely encourage your involvement on that. So thank you for highlighting that. And just really quickly, also, please know that, and I'm not too sure, and again, BIA perhaps haven't been very clear on this, and that's because we haven't had the leadership in there. Your needs for your people, for your communities can change. So as I said, for Red Lake, it started off with children, and then it pivoted to a greater need in other areas, and hence why they've been able to kind of build these great creative ideas, innovative ideas, court-focused, workforce development focused. So the needs can change. So just know that it is flexible. As you did say there, President, here's money. What can we do better for our families? And so just because you might choose one particular focus now, in 5 years it could change, and you have the flexibility under Tawahe to do that. So that's just kind of giving some background and context for that. Moving forward, yes, at a federal level, there are some key things which is happening as a result of what the tribes are doing for Tawahe. Senator Murkowski has picked this up, and she is including it in legislation. And so we are going through a process right now, and this is great. We're going through a process right now where where Senator Murkowski is drafting legislation. And the interesting part about this legislation is that Section 3, which is where Tawahe is included, Tawahe is pretty much the only section that literally the tribes have drafted, because Senator Murkowski's team, they obviously went to BIA saying, hey, we want to include Tawahe. BIA had no idea what or how to write legislation for Tawahe because they're all new. So hence the reason there's 2 parts here. One, we're grateful that the tribes, and this is when I say the tribes, literally, Red Lake was the lead and also AVCP, which as our Alaskan Native Tawahe tribe, they were both the lead with Senator Murkowski's team in writing legislation for Tawahe. What they did is they literally wrote the legislation from their heart, not thinking that, much of it would be adopted by the Senate Council. Unbelievably, like unimaginable and absolutely miraculously, we get the draft legislation back, and pretty much what the tribes wrote, about 95% of their words, Senate Council adopted. So this is big. The fact that the tribes have written this legislation for you. Here's the other part. So that's in the draft right now, and it's going through a process, and it will over the next couple of months where it will be edited and reviewed. What we are wanting, one, as we're going through the process of getting this legislation through, we're wanting to build ground support with your local congressional leaders to help support the bill when it goes to the floor, which we're anticipating from Senator Murkowski's team should be within mid-year this year. So we're hopeful that it'll go through the floor on the Senate side, and what we need to do is build support. And the reason why CSKT is so valuable right now and has always been valuable, we're grateful that you're a part of Tawahe, but Senator Daines, he sits on the on SCIA, the Senate Committee for Indian Affairs. And what we're looking for, or what Senator Murkowski is looking for, is a co-sponsor. And particularly another Republican, obviously, with this administration. So I wanted to bring that forward top of mind strategically for Tribal Council. We're wanting to, one, engage with your local congressional members, particularly Senator Daines, and on the House side, Representative Zinke, because we know that Representative Zinke was the former Department of Interior Secretary and is aware of the BIA funding models, etc. So we're wanting to build that with you, and hence why February is important for two reasons here. One, there is NCAI, they've got their executive winter session in February, and the planning committee has reached out to the tribes to have a panel discussion for Tawahe. And so we're putting together a bit of an agenda, but we want to have some representation from our tribal leaders. If there are tribal leaders from the Tawahe tribes going, trying to pull together what participation might look like. It's a plenary panel session. I think it's only about 30, 45 minutes. But again, we're still pulling that agenda together, but there's an opportunity for tribes to present Tawahe through the focus of this legislation proposal. So that's in February. And for those who may have participated in the executive session, you will know and be familiar with the format, which has at least one of the days up on the Hill. Right, so NCAA will organize Hill visits. We want to be strategic and organize visits with your local congressional people, particularly about Tawahe during those Hill visits. And so that's another area which, again, this has only come to light just after Christmas, and so it's been really quick pulling this agenda together. But we would like to seek your support in helping us secure a time where perhaps we can get in front of, with your leadership, to get in front of Senator Daines or even Senator Sheehy, but definitely Senator Daines because he sits on the SCIA committee. So February is going to be very busy with that opportunity to present and then the opportunity to do the Hill visits. We would love to meet with the Montana congressional reps. And then third, as part of that, is we're coordinating and we're trying to set up a meeting with the Assistant Secretary, Billy Kirkland. If we can pull all the Tawahe, the 10, now there's 10, the 6 pilot plus the 4 demonstration, the 10 Tawahe tribes to have some time with Assistant Secretary Kirkland, because Tawahe is getting a lot of attention at BIA, and him being new, just being confirmed, he's trying to understand what's all this talk about Tawahe. So he is wanting to meet with the tribes, and we're trying to coordinate it if we can get it that week. I know it's a bit busy up on the Hill and with the administration, but that is a third potential opportunity during that week, is to have this collective meeting with the Assistant Secretary. So hence in this letter here, there's one There is a request to support. There is, I think the first one is the overall strategic plan. This is at a federal level. The pilot tribes and the demonstration sites have pulled together a 5-year strategic plan federally for Tawahe. And this is a strategic plan to get Tawahe permanent. So we're at that level versus where you are talking about the plan at the tribal level, that's just within your own tribe. So this strategic plan that we're putting forward is for all Tawahe tribes over the next 5 years. What does it look like? And we put in the strategic plan, year one, which is this year, is to get to the local congressional members and to get visibility across key conferences, and obviously NCIs being one of them. So hence the strategic plan is there for your endorsement. And again, the pilot tribes in the past, they don't move until there is complete consensus from all the tribes to make a decision. And so likewise now with the 4 being part of, and we call it now, the Tawahe Leadership Group. This is CSKT, you're one of the leadership tribes for Tawahe. We present the strategic plan on behalf of the 10, but we will only move forward unless it's approved by all tribes. Okay, so hence why the first request is to endorse the Tawahe 2025 to 2030 strategic plan, and you can have a look at that. And then the second request in there is to support technical assistance, basically efforts from like ourselves and others in order to continue to keep this leadership as the leaders of Tawahe. When 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 the national coordinator resigned, the first one, and the tribes went through a number of interim temporary national coordinators, there was no leadership. And so again, Red Lake took it upon themselves to collectively bring everyone together. And so the technical assistance really has just been the tribes. And hence the reason for the last 18 months, the 6 pilot tribes have contributed themselves for their own technical assistance, because when Chairman Siki went to BIA for technical assistance funding, they needed technical assistance because there was no national coordinator. At that time, the assistant secretary wasn't a priority. Tawahe was not a priority, which was just fine. And so Chairman Siki, again, this was the second time he went back to the tribe and said, right, we have no technical assistance. There is a possibility under the Biden administration that there could be a change in administration. And so what Chairman Siki was trying to do was trying to shore up support if the elections happened and we had to change. And he said, if we changed again, we're going to not have a national coordinator and we're going to be stuck at square one. So hence why they all agreed, since they couldn't get funding from BIA, they all agreed together collectively to contribute about 2.5, nearly 3,000 each per month for technical assistance. That included myself and included a team of advisors. And what has come out as a result of that is, one, we were able to get Tawahe into BIA and make it a priority. And then we were able to get, through Senator Murkowski, this into a bill. So all that effort, and then also onboarding the new pilot demonstration sites, we were able to do some onboarding and just do some training and just kind of do some online things, because the national coordinator, as you know, with Rachel, when she was hired, she was only around for about a year and then she resigned as well. So it's the 6 pilot tribes who have been their own technical assistants, and they've all contributed. So this year, now that we have the 4 making the final and total leadership group, the second request in this letter is inviting CSKT if they would also contribute. This time it'll just be about $2,000 a month. And what that will go towards is, one, prepping for conferences. And so we do kind of what is very typical of anyone in DC, providing all the supporting letters, talking points, also helping to coordinate. We're going to have a conference this year. So there's a lot of things that the tribes want to do, and they don't want to wait for BIA. And so hence in this letter from Senator, from Chairman Siki, and also from Chief Executive Cortez from Alaska. They're inviting the new 4 leadership tribes if they would contribute in that second request, $2,000 a month for technical assistance at a federal level. So again, this is helping the tribe, getting information to you, prepping, getting key appointments here up on the hill. There's going to be a lot of work that we will need to do collectively in order to keep Tawahe in this legislation and get it passed. Once we get it passed, this funding then becomes permanent. But as Michelle said, there is a bit of disparity here. The 6 pilot tribes, they get the full Tawahe funding, but our 4 demonstration sites are not getting the same level. So hence why part of our efforts is to get more funding, the funding that you should be getting, the full funding, and bring you up to parity with the 6 pilot tribes. So this is why this is crucial. 1, to get to your local legislators. 2, to get this bill passed. And 3, it then opens a door for us to secure. And you should be up at, as Michelle shared, about 3 million. And again, that's about 3 million that no compliance. This is just, here you go. Now, how can we meet the families better? And so, hence this letter. There's a lot there, and I realize I may have downloaded a lot of information, but the 2 main requests is have a look at the strategic plan, and if you can endorse it and approve it, that would be great. And second, an invitation, if you could contribute technical assistance just for this year. Our goal is to, once the new leadership is kind of settled and you have Assistant Secretary Kirkland aware of all the programs, this is his first time working inside and understanding government programs. We then want to sit with Assistant Secretary Kirkland and say, okay, Tawahe is worthy of technical assistance, just like any other program like 477, etc. So we want to replace this funding that's just for this year, next year for BIA to fund this technical assistance. But for now, as I said, the pilot tribes don't want to wait for BIA. They cannot afford to wait for them to get up to speed. They don't want to redefine, like sit with BIA and say, this is what Tawahe is. That's, we've done that 5 years ago. Look at the report. These tribes are interested in moving forward with a new structure because the idea is to set this new way of, 1, funding, just get it down to the tribes, get out of the way. But 2, we want to tell a better story. So hence the data pieces and everything. The tribes want to define their own report. So hence it's important that we get this passed in legislation so that you, CSKT, we can tell a better story about our families. So hence the background for this letter here, the strategic plan, and then invitation for to contribute towards technical assistance just for this year. Okay, so I'll pause there. I realize that that's a lot. Are there any questions or any comments?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the contribution, is that just something directly to the Hawaii coordinating group, or is there a consulting firm?
Yes, so well, to make it easier, it would come directly to us and we can set up either a contract or whatever is easiest way for CSKT. A lot of the other tribes, like the pilot tribes, they had their different processes, which they followed, which we followed. So it would come directly with us as the consultants.
Carol.
Sounds like they're going to be using some of the funding for lobbying, correct? And I don't know if federal funds can
Yeah.
be for lobbying, and I would like to have a legal review on that, if we could.
Yep,
Maybe
definitely. Yep.
doesn't require that.
up
I don't know. It just sounds like you're
Yep.
lobbying though. And then we got 2 council representatives that are going to NCAI. And I
Good.
think we need to make sure that they got the strategic plan to review. So when they go that, we have lobbyists already that
Yes.
meetings and stuff. So I know Ruthie came in last week and kind of informed us on who should be traveling and who shouldn't on behalf of these programs. And so I really appreciate her comments. And so I think she will get things, Jamie and Martin will get things set up.
Yes, great. And if anything, that's fantastic that you have lobbyists. And what would perhaps a better relationship would be, we could provide some talking points, some key points, and provide that through your Tawahe coordinator, and through Michelle and Selena can coordinate perhaps with your lobbyists, because obviously Tawahe is just one issue. There'll be many other issues that tribes do want to advocate and lobby for, and we recognize that. So we would only definitely provide some key points that perhaps can be passed on to your lobbyists. If there's an interest, if you have your own private meetings, which would be fantastic. And if we could just say something about Tawahe and here's some key points, the legislation, key things, which might be helpful for your lobbyists to also add. So that's great. We don't want to replace any lobbyists. If anything, we're just trying to get Tawahe through to permanency. And we recognize that because BIA are trying to figure what Tawahe is, let's just get information to you while BIA is trying to learn what Tawahe is, and we can do all the keynotes and key talking points and get the presentation. We'll share the agenda and the format and get your input on that. So just at that level is good enough.
Maybe go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure if I could get a copy of that federal plan. I think you already gave it to the council.
Oh, the strategic plan? Yes,
Yes.
definitely.
Thank you. And I think the talking points would definitely be good if we could get that as soon as possible. And would that also include, is there going to be testimony in DC, or just meeting and talking points?
For the NCAR conference?
Yes.
So the NCAR conference, it's just going to be meetings. We are, I've heard through Senator Murkowski's office that they will be setting up a hearing. We're a little bit unsure when or the format, but when we do, definitely the 10 tribes, actually there's 22 Tawahe tribes, but definitely this 10, including CSKT, you'll be the first to know. We'll send stuff out to you about any hearings. And normally the process with the hearings is that Senator Murkowski will kind of select just a handful. So we can help coordinate all that information, definitely, on that.
Bonnie, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Michelle and Selena and Crystal, sorry.
Yes.
I'm part of the executive, NCAI executive team now, so I'll be there for that meeting during the same time.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. We will likely, and again, I'll share this with Michelle and Selena, we'll likely, once we figure out what the format would be, we'll have a bit of a prep call. And so if you're going to be there on behalf of CSKT, we'll make sure that you're included to have a bit of a prep before then.
Go ahead, Jamie.
With you being part of the executive team, Martin, I think, or I don't know, do they do resolutions at the winter session? They don't? Okay.
This is just,
I'm not
this isn't a regular NCAI meeting.
Okay.
It's kind of an orientation for the new VPs of the regions and
yes.
the new executive staff they have there.
Okay.
We do have a resolution. So Tawahe, we went not last year, the year before, the Red Lake plus some of our other tribes, they went to NCAI and they got a resolution. So there's an NCAI resolution for Tawahe, which is great with the endorsement.
You looking for any action right at the moment, Michelle?
I don't think so. I think we already got your signature on the letter. And then we're just making sure that we are keeping you guys informed so that when the dates come up in February, that the 2 reps that are going to be there are participating for us. And then also the meeting that we were on with the rest of the tribes, we're making sure that we can have someone that builds the relationship and talks to Danes and Zinke about Tawahe so that we can have a Republican that supports this for Montana as well. So those are the 3 goals of us coming forward today, and the importance of having Crystal here next Wednesday.
I
we know, like, I know them. I mean,
Yeah.
they said they, he would die for our sovereignty. Zinke did, so,
Okay,
he's the good friends. I'm the one that gets to go visit him a lot.
okay.
And so we got lots of
Good.
pictures. If you want some pictures of me with the
Yeah, selfies with,
delegation.
yeah, could you do that?
Troy Downing,
Yeah, oh,
good dude. too.
Downing, yep.
okay,
So definitely, and I planned on doing that anyway. I was going
Okay.
to see the delegations, so
okay,
definitely they're uh especially Danes is a good one. He
Okay.
listens and he
yeah,
people don't like to hear it, but he actually helps us at times.
because Crystal was talking about a cosigner, so if we could get Danes to
Yeah.
sign on, that would be spectacular. Okay,
Pretty sure they already discussed this in the policy meeting yesterday, so I think they're on it. Yeah, I popped in and talked to Jordan, and so, yeah, I'll be there.
okay, thank you,
Awesome.
Thank you, Michelle.
thank you,
Selena. Thank you, Crystal. Good to
thank
see
you,
you again.
Crystal. Thank you,
Good to
Council.
see you present. Thank you.
Jennifer,
Quick break so we can get set up.
we will take a 5-minute break. Looks like you brought the army. We'll come back to order. Morning, Casey, Tabitha.
Happy New Year. Pesquex to Kisukiyukiat. Good morning and Happy New Year, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of council. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today. As most of you know, we are the Division of Engineering and Water Resources with CSKT Natural Resources Department. I have the privilege of serving as the division manager for this division. We come in a couple times a year to provide some updates to council on compact implementation activities. And we have not had the opportunity to do so yet so far this year. So we thought we'd get a jump start on 2026 and come in and give you some updates on the projects that we have going on, and receive any feedback or input that you have is of course very welcome. Our staff do great work. There's a lot of exciting projects going on to improve our infrastructure and restore our natural resources for generations to come. I'm really proud of the work that your staff in this division are doing. They all work hard. We're a very collaborative team, in case you can't tell. A lot of interest from our staff members to come and visit with you here today. So with that, we really appreciate your time and the opportunity to be here. We have put together some information on projects from most of the programs within our division. And I will ask our program managers to please come up and give some updates on their projects, and then we will save some time for Q&A from the council. So with that, I will also ask staff to please introduce themselves when they come up for the benefit of council, if particular council members have not met them. So with that, I will turn it over to Tabitha Espinoza, our program manager for environmental restoration.
Good morning, members of the council. My name is Tabitha Espinoza, and I am managing the environmental restoration group. And our program is myself and Morgan Schultz is a restoration ecologist. You may not have met him yet. And then Taryn Bushy is the NEPA coordinator. So she does all the NEPA and permitting for the entire division. So that's the program. I've given you the kind of just the text of the Montana Water Rights Protection Act. These are the sections that my program is related to. So it's the mitigation, reclamation, and restoration section, and then also the environmental compliance section. So I'm going to focus on the construction projects that we've done to date under Section 7. The first project that I'm highlighting is the largest project, is the Bison Range Reach on the Jocko River. And you can see the photo on the bottom right is a aerial drone shot that really nicely shows the straightened channel on the right, and then the newly constructed sinuous channel on the left. And that was taken right as we were starting to move the water over to the new channel. So you can see it's kind of a split flow right now. That was while we were there for the fish rescue. So I thought it was a cool photo to share. And then some machinery moving the channel over. That was kind of like the big moment of moving water into the newly built stream. And then a handful of the staff that were present there on that top picture for the fish rescue. There was actually like at least twice this many people, but we didn't get them in the picture. But a lot of collaboration on this project. So we're primarily focusing on, I think there's a lot of interest in us sharing with you about our contracting efforts and the work that we've done there, but I just don't want to forget to mention and let this get lost in the whole picture that this project has had so many hands on it on the tribal employment side, tribal employee side. So the project is really co-led by our division and the fisheries program in NRD. Those are the kind of project leads, but we've had help from numerous programs throughout NRD. Tribal Lands has contributed resources to the project. Tribal Forestry has contributed labor and machinery and resources to the project. And then of course there's fire control. And then of course there's the contractor support that we've used on the job. So right now the project is kind of in between phases 1 and 2. Phase 1 is largely complete. That's the upper 40%, the upstream 40% of the project. The primary construction is done, but we're continuing to do all the revegetation work through this year, but that would continue for several years to come. And our target to start phase 2 is February. I'll be back very soon to talk to you about the contracting for that February start for the phase 2 start. So in total, this project has 8 contracts total. 4 of those are Indian preference businesses, and 1 is with the Tribal Forestry Department. The project also has 3 internal MOAs that are associated with it. So those are us contracting with other tribal programs to contribute to the job. Yeah, so that's kind of an overview of that project, and just the third bullet is just a reminder that the project is such a big scale that we're using it for a mitigation, somewhat of a mitigation reserve for all of the other projects under this division. So that will supply wetland credits and stream credits for, I think, for years to come for doer projects.
Go ahead.
Were there any issues with all the water that we had last month? With this particular one, with like all the stumps and all the wood product that you put in there washing out? I mean, it looked like.
No, I mean, it was a good test because it came up pretty quickly. And all the banks held together just fine. So it kind of primed the site a little bit for the spring flows when they do come up. It was cool to see. I mean, it did challenge the contractor because they were still in there working and there was just water, and the groundwater has come up so much since we built the project that they were having a hard time getting machinery to move through the site because it was just so wet. So we actually told them to wait and put their piles in certain places, to not do long hauls, to just destroy the site. So we had to make some changes, but it didn't stop any of the work from happening. And the banks all held together just fine. Yeah.
Carol and then
I
James.
just want to make sure I understand this picture. So the picture down on the right at the bottom, that's the Jocko River, and that's the river in there. It's so the mitigation part is within that footprint, right?
Yeah.
And the train track sits next, and then the highway. I mean, I can see all that right in this picture, right?
Yeah, so the mitigation area is basically the slope of the bottom of the Bison Range to the railroad tracks. for that couple mile stretch of river.
Okay, that whole stretch, but
Mhm.
lengthwise too, it's the Jocko River.
It's the Jocko
Okay.
River. Yeah, it's
All
about
right.
almost 3 miles of the Jocko
All right,
River.
just want to make sure I understand what I'm looking at. So
Mhm.
thank you.
Yep.
And I appreciate also the contracting with Indian preference and all of that stuff. It's important to point that out because that's kind of our big push up here on the council is making sure that our people are out on the ground and we have contracts with. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Jamie, then Tom?
Um, I'm brand new, as you know, so I appreciate, you guys coming to introduce yourself, but I kind of missed the first part. I mean, is all of the staff out here, your staff, is this all NRD, environmental? I didn't hear who, Morgan Schultz and Taryn Boosie, are they here?
They're not present. I didn't realize we were all coming, so I didn't tell them to come, but they both work for us.
Okay, and then you guys are in Polson, Ronan, where are we located?
Most of our staff is located at Kicking Horse right now. There's some in Ronan.
Okay, and are these full-time positions or contract?
We have a mix of both primarily full-time.
Okay.
Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Carol, just for this reach down here, back in the day, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service straightened the Jocko River into just a single line. You kind of see that along the toe of the bison range. And so it basically incised the river and it took it out of the floodplain, a natural meandering, utilizing the full breadth. Of course, the limiting factor here is the highway and the railroad. But the thing was to get it up out of that incised river channel, get it out on the floodplain so it functions as a good ecosystem. So that's kind of what you see there in the picture with the new channel off between the straightened channel and the highway or the railroad. That's the goal with all the Jocko, is when possible, get it back into a natural functioning river.
Go ahead, Len.
Good morning, and thank you for the presentation. So how much funding has been allocated for the Jocko River Bison project? And how much has been used thus far? And what was the percentage that has been paid to our tribal contractors of that?
I don't have the exact numbers of that, but I can give you a rough estimate. So far for phase one, it's a little bit over $3 million between all the different contracts combined. And of that, let's see. Probably about 1 million toward Indian preference businesses. Let's see. A little over 1 million, 1.2 million maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it's just phenomenal that I believe we own all of the property adjacent to Jocko River. Is that correct? All the way from Dixon to the Jocko Canyon? Is that
Big
correct?
percentage of it. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right. Anyway, that's all I had. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, can I go on to the next project or?
Please go on.
Okay. This was a project from last winter, which many of you have heard about, but it was the Lower Jocko J project. So this project is another one that is going to have numerous phases. So there's a restoration component, a big restoration component here, and then there's a big infrastructure component here. So some of the restoration features have been built last winter, and they were primarily the stream bank features. We wanted to build those before the infrastructure project, partly because some of the stream banks were built out of mine waste rock. And so we wanted to get all that waste rock out before we put the infrastructure in and before we really messed up the site and changed any conditions there. So we did part of the project last winter, and then Mark with the irrigation infrastructure program is going to be is working on it now to build the infrastructure side and the remainder of the restoration components this year. So these are some photos from the work that was done. As far as actually pulling that off, we largely got internal material sources through tribal programs, and then we purchased some of the materials from private sources. And then we hired Forest Development through an MOA to actually do the construction of the project. And Mark, I think, will probably talk about the other components of this job. Another upcoming project we have is the Crow Creek Mitigation Reserve. So this is directly downstream of the Crow Creek pumping facility. The project is another compensatory mitigation project. It's associated with the Crow facility. So there were impacts to the stream and the wetland there. So we have to offset those impacts through our permits with the Army Corps and with the Tribal Shoreline Program. So the site will mitigate those on site, and then it will also generate 3.2 acres of surplus wetlands. And then those will be available. We plan to use them for impacts at the Kicking Horse Dam project. The permitting is underway for that. So, you know, they're available for use by the program. We bid that project. We just finished the bidding process. We've selected a contractor and we're in the process to get through to signature on that contract. And that's with an Indian preference business. So our goal is we're targeting kind of a March, April construction window for this job. And we've got, unlike the Bison Range, this is such a smaller scale. We didn't split it into numerous pieces. We just kind of lumped everything into one contract, bid it all together, and then we're going to be doing just a tiny bit of the work with our own staff resources, but largely it's just one contract to do it all. This one is just an update to the council. I know many of you are aware that the tribes partnered with a program. It's a nonprofit called Montana Freshwater Partners to use tribal lands that are dedicated to fisheries habitat to build a wetland mitigation reserve that would offset highway impacts. And so we worked through that partnership process with you. And I just wanted to give you an update that that project has been built. That's on the Jocko Spring Creek, kind of on Shaw Flats. So that project has been constructed. There's just a tiny bit of effort that will be required in the spring once we get more spring flows and we're in the growing season. And then we'll see a little bit more water out there and we'll see the plants start to come in. So just an update on that. I think that's my last. Oh, yep, that's my last slide. If there's any questions about the last couple projects I presented.
Thank you, Tabitha.
All right, thank you. Yep.
Thank you, Tabby. Next, Mr. Chair, I'd like to turn it over to Mark Simpson and Greg Wilson with our compact engineering team.
Morning, Council. Mark Simpson, Irrigation Infrastructure Program Manager. Presenting updates to the current projects that we have under construction. Of course, the most visible, I think, project we have right now is the Jocko K Pipeline project, right down in the vicinity of the R Lake community. Not a project that's very easily hidden. So phases 1 through 4 are under construction. We split that up. Phases 1 and 2 were bid out and phases 3, 4 were bid out. So we have 2 separate contractors on that job working together, and the job is actually progressing quite well. The main lines are all in place now and beginning to fuse on laterals and farm deliveries for that project. The project has to be completed by April 8th of this year. That's the date of significant completion. After that, if the completion is not met, both contractors will be having to pay liquidated damages. Highly important job to get this one done. Without there being a completion, there won't be any water available in that area. So we impose some pretty hefty liquidated damages onto the contractors in order to push them along to get that job done. These figures are probably 3 months old, but you can see we do have some tribal subcontractors and vendors that are working on the project. Both contractors, Knife River and Prospect Construction, have been working directly with Melinda's IPO office whenever they need subcontractors for hauling, for materials, things like that. And employee-wise, I think there is 8 tribal member employees or more split between Knife River and Prospect Construction on that job. Any questions on the job?
I'm just not familiar with the process, but who does the EA for these projects?
Who does the what's that?
Who does the environmental assessments for the project?
This one, I believe, was done by Morrison Merrily, who is also the engineer of record for the project.
Okay.
We also have an in-house NEPA coordinator who helps with some of our environmental assessments. We're going to talk about a significant number of projects today, so it's just more than one person can really keep up with. So sometimes we will bring in outside consulting entities to help us with that workload. But we're working to continue to develop that capacity in-house and do as many of those in-house as possible.
Go ahead, Jamie.
Who is the in-house NEPA coordinator?
Her name is Taryn Bushy.
Okay, I think that's the name that I was given. Does she live off reservation or does she live here?
She lived here when we hired her, and due to the housing shortage, she was forced to relocate. So she currently lives off reservation.
She works full-time, but she doesn't live here?
That's correct.
So are you allowing her to work from home? Is that the agreement?
We currently have a telework agreement with that employee. NEPA is a significant component of everything that we do. And rather than contract the work out for a significant portion of money, we saw significant cost savings in retaining in-house expertise for that.
I understand that, but if it's such a significant, important thing, it seems important to me that we have that person here on our work site. And so I would hope that is, we look at getting her back on the reservation or maybe hiring somebody else with the expertise that she has.
Yeah, thank you for that feedback, Madam Vice Chair, and I agree with you. To that effect, we are actually working right now to benchmark and advertise an environmental specialist position that would be here on the reservation who could help us with those duties.
As part of the Jocko K pipeline, phases 5 and 6 will complete the pipeline. That has been designed and is in the process of final review and should go to bid late February on that. And that'll extend the pipeline out through the Shaw Flats area to the tribal ag leases up there, and then north of Sod Farm Lane is where phases 5 and 6 are, and that will be the completion of the pipeline project itself.
In regards to the right-of-way process, were we able to do appraisals on those corridors? And did any of the landowners request compensation, or did they just accept in lieu of services to the water?
There was one individual that qualified for compensation for a new easement for the pipeline. Other than that, it has been laid into either existing canals, ditches, or if we moved it as part of that, the landowner coordination there, in exchange for the easement right away. If they were not already receiving irrigation water, they had the opportunity to, if they would pay for the delivery point, they could get onto the pipeline. If they were already receiving water, it was a condition in the compact actually that says, you know, you will provide at no cost to the tribe for the modernization. So there has not been any major issues with it. The North Fork Jocko is one of the other projects we have under construction. It's a 4-year project, multi-year project. This past construction season was doing what I call pre-construction construction. The contractor went in and installed a sheet pile cofferdam to move the river out of the work area and put it over on the bank so that sheet pile wall extends the length of the construction zone all the way around. And those sheet piles are driven 35 feet deep. And the other major portion of the pre-construction activities was the soldier pile wall that was installed for shoring purposes to hold back the hillside. There is a component of the project is that the diverted water will now flow through precast box culverts in the, I'll call it existing road alignment that was there. So from up here at this end of the soldier pile wall, right at the base of it, the contractor will have to excavate down another 6 feet and install box culvert all the way around the corner here to where the fish screens are. Those two activities in themselves were a major undertaking this past year, but they were required before any other true construction of the diversion could take place for worker safety, for dewatering purposes, things like that. We had to make a storage area. So right off of the Jocko Canyon Road where you turn to go up to the North Fork, we had forestry go in and do tree removal for us. We tried to select trees that were still mature. This area has been logged before, so it was a lot of smaller lodgepole trees. We did have forestry help us with selecting more mature trees and leave them in place. We'll work around them and try to leave some natural features there. Go ahead, Lynn.
Mark, how much gravel did we have to purchase from an outside source? Do you have that number right offhand?
Offhand, I do not,
Or
but
estimate?
it is a most in its entirety, all the gravel that will be necessary to import will come from offsite. And then we're going to try to use the material that was excavated out of the riverbed also and see if we can get it classified as a material we can reuse. So as being a multi-year project, we're going to enter into year 2 this year. The contractor will be doing sluiceway and headworks excavation, construction, pouring concrete there, and down at the fish screen area, which is on down around the corner here, they will excavate and pour the foundations for those fish screens. One of the big challenges of this project being multi-year is trying to retain the capability of still being able to divert water to the irrigation project. So it is phased out where at the end of a construction season, irrigation water will be able to be diverted the next irrigation season before construction continues.
Carol, go ahead.
Yeah, how do you mitigate for the damage that, let's say, increased water source? I mean, Tom talks about the lake being at full pull right now, and that's never our lifetime we've seen that. So apparently there's a lot of water coming out of the mountains, and is there a lot of damage to stuff that we've already completed? I mean, I know you work to not have that happen, but I'm sure it does with the increased water levels. Can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Councilwoman Langford. It's a good question. So one of the primary benefits of this irrigation infrastructure work is the ability to modernize these structures. So a lot of these structures, including this one, was built 100 years ago using technology that what existed 100 years ago for a climate that existed 100 years ago. And so by building modern and resilient infrastructure, that allows these structures to have additional capacity to withstand significant flow events, such as the ones that we've seen recently, and we anticipate continuing to see in the future.
Time in Phoenix, Arizona, where they have all those, I don't know, the waterways that are all cemented and stuff. And I'm wondering, why didn't they think about putting those in pipes? Because that probably has more of an evaporation problem than we do here. But just a comment.
Appreciate that.
Bing?
Hey, Mr. Chair. Hey, Casey, how large are these culverts? With the handle all this water that Carol's talking about?
Councilman, which culvert specifically are you referring to?
The ones here that's on side that they're gonna put in here.
Here on the North Fork. Yeah.
On the North Fork here, it's a double box or a twin conduit precast culvert that is 16 feet wide and 6 or 7 feet tall. They're gigantic. And one of the major purposes of the whole North Fork project, in addition to the failing infrastructure, is that the current diversion dam that's in place is impeding fish passage. So at the end of this project, with the removal of the existing dam and with the infrastructure that we're putting in place, it will have pollutional fish passage. So that was a major part of the fisheries requirement of this one was that fish passage way, and we will now have that. So any other questions on the North Fork?
Thank you. Move on, Mark.
Crow pumping plant, another one of the projects we have under construction. Demolition for this project began late this fall and will continue through, construction will continue through October 1st of this year, 2026. In addition to replacing the diversion that was in place that had no fish passage, this one will have fish passage. It has 4 pumps, each capable of delivering up to 10 CFS of water. That the pumps can be turned on individually and ramped up and down for a capacity of, I think, 3 CFS is the minimum and 40 is the maximum that we can take. And the water will be pumped up the hill into a 48-inch HDPE pipeline that extends down to where the legacy MRL tracks intersect the P canal. And then the water goes under the tracks through a siphon into the P canal. And that canal is tied into the A canal. Too many letters. The water can supplement not only the Charlotte irrigation district, but can be used being that the A and the P, there's a big flat section there, so it's actually considered a two-way canal. In the off season, water that is available above the in-stream flows can be pumped from Crow Creek and used to fill Nine Pipe Reservoir for off-season storage. The Charlotte area irrigators seem to like their water early in the year. And this is one way of possibly entertaining that idea for the irrigation project. This picture was taken 3 days ago. Currently, they are constructing the form walls for the fishway down here. Over here is where the pump building will sit with the 4 wet wells and everything. So construction on this one, I know we don't like the fact that winter right now is not really winterish, but for construction, it's an excellent year for getting these projects done. It's kind of a double-edged sword, I guess, of, we're trying to get these projects so we conserve water and, everything. And maybe this isn't the right year to be celebrating the fact that we're not getting a lot of snowpack, but it is helpful. Let's see if I got anything else on that one. I don't think I have anything else on that. Is there any questions on that one?
I don't have a question on that. I just, because I'm new, I don't know you guys. So I heard your Mark, last name, I'm sorry.
Simpson.
Okay, and then who's your staff?
And I have with me Moss Tanner. He is my construction inspector.
Okay.
And I'm Greg Wilson. I'm the compact engineering officer. So I oversee Mark's program as well as the roads program and the safety of dams program.
Thank you. I'll be asking everybody out there, just so you know, because I'm new. Thank you.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, you're moving really fast on this. I mean, this is incredible to see what you've got already going. Because I go down there, it's one of my places I like to fish. But yeah, just good year for construction.
From design to construction, this is probably the fastest we've got a project through design and under construction. And overall, I think it's a great project. The only other thing, I guess, upcoming this year, I do have 2 other projects that I'll be looking to bid out in the next couple of months. And that is the Jocko phases 5 and 6 pipeline. Probably try to get that one out for bid late February, pending final design approval. And the other is the lower J diversion outside of Ravalli. That's a project that actually has been designed for a couple of years. We shelved it last fall due to the fact we had all these other projects that we were going to be constructing. And so we put that one up on the shelf, but we're ready to take that one down and dust it off in the next 30 days too, and get that one out for bid. So that'll be the two projects I add to infrastructure this year.
Any question for Mark?
No.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Moss. Mr. Chair, next I'd like to invite Trevor Brass with our Safety of Dams program to come give an update on Safety of Dams projects.
Morning. Trevor Brass, Safety Dams Program Manager. Brought most of my staff today, so I'll start with introductions. Tyrell Walker is our early warning system tech. He's not here today. We also have a seasonal hire. It's been Shayla Russell the last couple of years, and I think she's coming again this season as well. She helps out with Tyrell. We have our projects coordinator. Do you want to at least raise your hand or stand up? Loretta Hoots. She's helping coordination of our projects. We have our new project engineer, second day on the job, Magdalena Francois, if you want to, there you go. We have a relatively new sod inspector, Matthew Manyhides. And Ambrose Cook Salway is our National Monitoring Center Program Manager. Don't believe he's here. And then we have 11 monitors at the National Monitoring Center. And then we have Ryan Georges. He's working for us, working hard on Kicking Horse project. And then we have 6 sod roads maintenance crew members that we share between sod and roads. So our large efforts in regards to the compact work is the Kicking Horse Dam modification project. It's been in the process for quite a while now. Analysis at Kicking Horse started back in the 2000s. We started design probably 3 or 4 years ago, and now we're gearing up for advertisement and construction. So efforts right now are geared towards quality assurance plan, workforce development, bidding document development, and then construction support. I'll probably be coming to council here in the near term to present construction support services with the Bureau of Reclamation, which is the engineer of record for this project. We'll need services to review submittals, approve submittals, request for information, maybe some on-site inspection. They'll need to inspect certain aspects of the project, being they're the engineer of record. That's a lot of the effort on Kicking Horse right now. There's also NEPA ongoing for Kicking Horse. Taryn Bushy is the lead on that effort. We're hoping to wrap up February timeframe. Right around there, we'll have a final design set as well. And then our ultimate goal is to let for bid in March of this year. There'll be a period of advertisement, a period of review of bids, and then our hope is to award fall of this year. Any questions on Kicking Horse?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Trevor, what is the mitigation for recreational use or opportunities? Or is there any things that are going to be constructed or? I know we've done some things like that at other dam projects, but wasn't sure about Kicking Horse.
Yeah, so as you know, Tom's referring, Kicking Horse is a pretty popular fishing spot, as you all know, or hunting spot, and just general recreation site. And we understand, this is a multi-year project, so it is going to have a big impact on recreation. And so that's one thing that has been discussed. We haven't come to any concrete I guess, alternatives that people could pursue, or I guess things that are built. But that's definitely an option. And we'd be very willing to receive ideas on that. Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Councilman McDonald. So we recently brought the Wild Plum boat launch to council as a potential mitigation project that would offset some of the recreational use, in addition to meeting some of the recreation programs objectives for destination management and controlling some of the unauthorized use that occurs on the Flathead River.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I understand that. I'm just talking about on-site specifically. When I was back in college, I did a economic value study of Kicking Horse Reservoir versus the water that goes to agriculture, grows crops, versus a recreational day spent there from anglers, bird hunters, bird watchers, naturalists, etc. And the value was far greater for that water and that reservoir if it stayed at full pool year round than that was for the agricultural crops that are produced from it. So given that interest and the number of people that utilize it and its setting in the valley, in the heart of all the potholes and the opportunity is unique there because it's not like Nine Pipe with the National Wildlife Refuge overlay. There's a lot more recreational opportunity that can be provided at Kicking Horse. So an example that I might be talking about is there handicap accessible trails along the dike people can fish from? Is there fishing piers? Is there other recreational developments that can go after construction's done that could be part of the built environment?
And we have been working with Sadie Pion at the Culture Committee, Salish Culture Committee, on some potential mitigation due to construction. And some of those mitigations that we have yet to see yet may involve recreation. And so thank you for the question and feedback.
Just, if I may, just one of the importance of population centers and distance to do outdoor recreation is critical. So that's why maintaining Kicking Horse for our tribal membership as a recreational opportunity is really interesting to me, because I know how many visitor days have been spent out there by our membership and other community members and even visitors. But it's a very important site, one of the most important sites, at least in the valley.
Thank you for that comment, Chairman. Councilman McDonald, we appreciate that. We are actively working with the Tribal Fisheries Program to improve the health of the fishery in the reservoir post-construction. We do appreciate those ideas and suggestions regarding recreation as well.
So Safety Dams is unique in that we have project related to the compact, but also a lot of our programs functions include maintenance and monitoring of dams on this reservation, but also off the reservation. And National Monitoring Center is one program that Safety Dams administers. It's a BIA-funded program operated by CSKT. It's a 24/7 operation. They receive early warning alerts from 140 plus dams across the U.S., BIA dams, and essentially they'll send out calls or notifications to officials at all these dams. And very critical function. Like I was saying, Ambrose is the program manager. He's there on a daily basis and does a very good job. He just worked into that position not too long ago, and he's doing a great job there. We also perform a lot of annual maintenance at our dams. We have 15 high hazard dams. 13 are on the reservation. and a lot of monitoring. You know, we generally get, produce contracts to do like vegetation maintenance at the dams, and certain activities. So these are just a couple examples. Monitoring. We also maintain seismic sites across the reservation. So you can get your alert, get set up with an alert on earthquakes on the USGS site, I believe. And those notifications come from our sites. So, and then this last year, this is an example of another item that we sometimes do is we administered or helped administer a BIA safety of dams training for officials from across the U.S. again. We performed a mock inspection at McDonald Dam, and these are all the representatives that came. And so CSKT was able to highlight our program and McDonald Dam. So I think that's all I had. Yep. Any questions?
Questions for Trevor? Thank you, Trevor.
You bet.
Thank you, Trevor. And thank you, Greg. Yeah, we'll do him in just a second. Mr. Chair, next I'd like to ask Brian Hoganson to come up, as well as Shane Hendrickson, to talk on the tribe's water management and planning program. You guys want to introduce yourselves?
Yeah, good morning, Council. My name is Brian Hoganson. I'm the Compact Water Resource Officer. And I'm here to speak to a couple of different programs with the tribe's Natural Resources Department, one of which is the Water Management and Planning Program, and the other is the Water Monitoring and Measurement Program. And so today I have the two program managers for those programs today, and we'll talk through some of the key functions of these projects. I'll start with Shane to my right here, Shane Hendrickson.
Good morning, Council. I've seen a familiar face.
Right button.
The one that says talk. So good morning, Council. Familiar face here. I've relocated to the Doers organization. I'm very appreciative of that. And the program manager for the Management and Planning Division.
Good morning, my name is Cody Goklish, a member of the White Mountain Apache Tribe of Eastern Arizona, the program hydrologist for the Water Monitoring and Measurement Program. Been here for about 3 years and appreciate working for the tribes. Thank you.
All right, thank you both. And so, if I were to just take a big picture look at these two programs, I think the key thing to look at is that these programs are both focused on the protection, perpetuation, and improvement of the tribal water right. And we do that through a couple different ways. The water measurement program provides the key data that we need to do that. So there's a common phrase in water management that you can't manage what you can't measure. And we have taken that approach here before I came here, long-standing program here with the tribes, measuring water, making sure that we understand the key resources that we protect. And so Cody will speak to that a little bit. But first I want to also talk about the Water Management and Planning Program. So the Water Management and Planning Program takes that data and implements the key provisions of the compact based on that key framework. And so one major function involves our work with the compact implementation technical team. And so the compact implementation technical team is made up of the state representative, tribal representative, which is me, an irrigator representative, and a FIP representative, and a BIA representative. And so that team meets monthly, the second Wednesday of every month. The next meeting will be January 14th at Mission Valley Power. And I was recently appointed or elected in some fashion as the chair of that group. And so I've been serving as chair of that group for the last 3 or 4 sessions, and moving through a lot of different really important projects and functions over there, including adaptive management. So as we know, not every water year is created equal. As Councilwoman Langford pointed out, this year has been strange. We've all noticed it as area residents. And so we're constantly looking at the data that we have to prepare for the coming year and to properly manage the resource to the best of our abilities. And so adaptive management is the phrase with which we put that into play. And that's a key part of the CITT. We've also worked on stock water mitigation, which you all have been a part of helping us develop that program. And so we do have a $4 million grant program for off-season stock water mitigation that's currently moving its way through. We also look at on-farm efficiency. We recognize the fact that water use is important to be improved across the board. The efficiency of the water that's provided to the water user should be held in really high value. So we look forward to implementing key provisions that will drive that. We also support the other functions within the division, and so we see ourselves as the leaders in providing that hydrologic support to the programs you've heard from today, so that we can lead those efforts locally and not have to sub out some of that work, and build our capacity locally so that we can really handle a lot of that and be leaders out here. So we really take a big responsibility there to build that capacity. Everything's really focused also on water conservation, reallocation of water. And so the Jocko Pipelines project that Mark mentioned, really key part of that design is the water that's conserved from that is defined in the compact as being able to be reallocated to the in-stream flows and to build those stream flows. So that's a big part of the work we do. And also groundwater monitoring and management. Groundwater is such a huge resource. It's connected to surface water in so many ways. And we have a really strong monitoring network out here that we're building daily. And so and just got a lot of good staff that are focused on that. Our staff are listed here, but myself, Shane, and then in the audience today are Amanda Corbill, Adam Johnson, and Brendan O'Reilly. And these professionals really are building that capacity that we can move forward a lot of these compact objectives locally. So that's kind of just a really big picture view of the water management and planning program. And I can take questions now, or else we can hand it off to Cody and we can take questions for both programs together. Yeah.
Tom and then Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Shane. Good to have you on board. I guess your temporary stall had to happen before you could come on and work for us. So I'm glad to have you with our team. Just one comment, and I made this comment at a planning meeting in Ronan, and I've advocated for this since day one of the compact coming into play. And that is for all the reasons of water efficiency, conservation, safety, all those things. I'm always advocating for any open ditch in any municipality to be buried, put into pipe for a multitude of reasons. But even more so, as was witnessed this year with the late season with the airborne disease through the flying bugs of gnats and mosquitoes, and to see so many deer dying, and to have that kind of thing coming from stagnant water. We don't have control over a lot of the natural waterways, but we do have control over these man-made ditches. And the particular ditch that I'm familiar with that I live near is just full of mosquitoes and gnats, and it's just disease vector waiting to happen. And it runs right through the grade school grounds in Ronan, and it comes out of your guys' office. But it's like the function of that ditch is fairly, obvious as it's not functioning very well at all. Utilization of that water is not happening very well either. So it's like it's a prime to just put that in a pipe and bury it and utilize it in a different way. And I think that benefits all residents and all taxpayers in a way that I'd like to see. So an example is that part of that ditch was buried and the St. Luke Hospital built on top of it. So you have a lot of structures like that, and a lot of them, the water isn't even being used. I can think of the ditch going through Polson up on the Moraine and going through backyards, et cetera. And all it is it's a vector for a lot of things that are happening there that aren't desirable. And it's a waste of water, actually, the way it is. So I'd like that consideration. I'll keep voicing that. So as you work through your processes, if there's a way to squeeze that kind of a thing in, it would be deeply appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that input. We definitely have identified a lot of the open ditches that are primed for piping. And the good thing is with Mark's Jocko K Canal Pipeline project is we're learning a lot here in implementing that project, what it looks like to build that out from start to finish. And so there are a lot of opportunities out there with I think 1,100 or so miles of FIP irrigation ditches that are out there. So yeah, appreciate that input.
Go ahead, Led.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question probably be directed to Shane. So is there any kind of collaboration plan with tribal lands that identifies those tribal parcels that are assessed O&M but are not receiving water?
So it sounds more like a FIP question to me, but, and I guess I'll predicate this as my second day in this position. But the short answer is I think so, that the logistics of doing that are there to find where those tribal tracks are, coordinate with FIP and see how much water they're actually being delivered. And there's an answer to that, but it has to be worked out. And, I'll defer to Brian or Casey if there's any more specifics on that. But those are that's an answer that can be figured out track by track.
Yeah. Well, we currently have producers that are put in debt, have to give up these leases, and have this extraordinary assessment that they have to pay on these parcels, can't afford it, and have to give it up. So then and that impacts their operations.
Yeah, absolutely. And the same cases with fee ground as well.
Yes.
It's a equal opportunity problem for fee and trust lands both. And that's a ubiquitous issue of the historic nature of FIP when it was built out 100 years ago, and it hasn't been maintained to maintain the capacity of which it was designed. And that's just an inherent, unfortunately, that has become an inherent maintenance issue with FIP.
All right, thank you, Shane.
Mr. Chair, just as it was noted earlier, this irrigation project was designed to capture the snow melt. And that's changing dramatically as we see. So as we think about how you do the adaptive management and how you store water and when you capture it, it may be, this is the time of year that we're capturing water and putting that into reservoirs. And so I guess the design component of your structures have to be considered that you may be dealing with more freeze-thaw events, trying to move water, which is harder on your structures and diversion points, et cetera. So I guess it's a tremendous challenge, but as evidence with Flathead Lake, and Carol mentioned, it's, to have that managed right now at full pool because of rain events, basically, and instead of snow. And we're going to be looking at capturing more rain and more rain and more rain. and which is going to be a all duration of the winter long event versus the historic, let's wait till the spring warm up and we got a fresh head of snow coming off the mountain. It's rain events. So what a challenge. I mean, it is a tremendous challenge for adaptive management and what you're designing to build.
Yeah, thank you for that input. If there are no more questions, I think we'll move over to the water water monitoring and measurement program, Casey or Cody, sorry.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, members of the Tribal Council. Cody Goklich again, the program hydrologist. I will be doing an overview of the program, but first I'd like to introduce our staff who are here in attendance. So if I call your name, could you please stand? Brittany Corville, hydrographer 2. Clifford Flaman Jr., hydrographer 1. Elijah Cahoon, data management specialist. Eli Sheridan, hydrographer 1. Ethan Fiddler, hydrographer trainee, absent at the time. He's currently in class at SKC. George McLeod, chief of field operations. Kevin Robluski, hydrographer trainee. We are hosting Kevin through the DHRD program at the moment. Kyle Schock, hydrographer 1. Lindsay Berlin-Rulier, hydrographer 1. Quentin Means, hydrographer 2. And Steve Ashley, data management hydrologist. Thank you. So the water monitoring and measurement program was initially developed or established in 1982. Brian mentioned very precisely to protect and quantify water resources on the Flathead Reservation for the perpetuation of the cultural uses of water for the Salish and Ponderay and Kootenai people. So with that, what does that process look like? For the program, we operate 95 continuous gauging stations across the reservation through canals, streams, rivers, and reservoirs. We also support water compact implementation through water reallocation studies through seepage measurements to convert, such as the K Canal project, converting earthen canals into pipe, well, how much water is going to be saved by converting it to pipe and putting that into the Jocko River. This program was the lead on measurement for that study. Additionally, we also measure snow. The program is the largest cooperator with the NRCS federal agency for snow measurement across the Flathead Basin. We're also maintaining a robust groundwater monitoring network across the reservation. Additionally, we're also engaging in educational outreach to foster future hydrologists and hydrographers. So we do a lot of talks and data sharing with grade school, Ronan, Polson, Arlie schools. We also work with Boys and Girls Club during their science nights. We also actively support SKC in their internships. So we bring in college students during the summer to help mentor them in their studies, bite-sized findings to help this program as well as to move the needle a little bit for water management on the reservation. Why does this matter for the tribes? This program supports tribal sovereignty by ensuring CSKT has its own high quality water data, which follows standardized procedures from adjacent federal agencies. Additionally, we're also moving the needle when we are converting from an annual QA/QC process to a more robust, continuous approach. So when the compact and the tribes call water rights on irrigation infrastructure or irrigation water usage, at a snap of a finger, our data is correct and ready to be defended upon. So that is all I have for the program. Essentially, this bike has already been rolling, and it's hard to show any effort because it's a program that's been running for 40 plus years, and trying to make an impact doesn't feel like I'm making an impact. But when you work with 2 employees who have over 40 years of experience and a crew that responds adaptively and quickly to new approaches makes this job really, really fun. So I applaud my staff members and people through Dewar and NRD and the tribes for giving us this opportunity to clock in every day. Thank you. Questions?
Carol.
First started on the tribal council, I couldn't figure out water management, what for? And then really realized through the process, I've been on for a while and realized how important that data is to everything that we've done to this point. So hats off to George McLeod. I see him back there, and I'm not sure who the other employee is.
Steve Ashley.
Ashley. That's what I thought when I heard his name. But anyway, yeah, like George is like a celebrity. Yeah, I just wanted to go like this when I heard his name. So he's my hero.
Cody, I'm glad to see the letters that come from you when the in-stream flows are not being met. I'm wondering what happens when they're not being met. We send the letter. Do we actually get the in-stream flow reestablished?
For sure. So under the compact, Appendix 13 states that we have to submit and document the infraction at the same time we're communicating with FIP to correct those issues. So they do get corrected.
Good, Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I fully expect that Steve and George will do another 40 years plus. They're young at heart. And George, just for your information, I had to do a karaoke thing for Christmas, and I almost did Little Drummer Boy. I pulled out the old video and watched it. It was hilarious.
Thank you, Cody.
You bet.
Good deal. Thank you, Cody. Thank you, Brian. And thank you, Shane. And last program we would like to have present to you today, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair and Council, is the CSKT Roads Program.
Good morning, Tribal Council. I'm Scott Johnston. I'm the Roads Program Manager. I've been here about 6 years now. I guess, first of all, I'd like to kind of lay out, I have two funding sources I get for my program, and one is the BIA roads maintenance money, and that goes towards the BIA roads only, and that's for like maintenance of the home sites, the tribal home sites, and also the main BIA roads, and typically it's the 1,000 roads into the forest. So that's one funding source. The stuff we do on those roads is ditch maintenance. We do a lot of patching, clearing fallen trees and everything like that. Just all the typical road maintenance stuff on those roads.
Good, Carol.
Interrupt, but you know what I'm going to ask. Grace Lane, was that ever done?
That's something I'm going to cover here.
Okay, and then the other one was Dixon Agency.
Yep.
That's another one you had agreed to, and the other one is now Jim Dandy that goes right by Tribal Health. It's in between two streets, and it's kind of
that one's a little more tricky. It's not technically on the BIA roads maintenance system.
Okay.
It's a tribal road.
Reason I brought up Grace Lane is because the tribal member that called me is in the room, so I wanted to make sure she knew I remembered it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give a little more explanation on that in a little bit. Yeah, so that's mainly the BIA roads maintenance part, is just maintaining all the BIA roads. And I think right now we do about, I think it's 23 miles of home site maintenance on 29 home sites. I think that's about what it is. And the roads maintenance staff, they aren't here today, but they're out doing their jobs. We have Jeff Claremont, he's the roads maintenance superintendent. And then we have several construction technicians. They're the operators that go out and do the snow plowing and road maintenance. Those are Patrick Big Sam, Patrick Santos, Sean Barber, Kenneth Owen, and Antoine Dave Haynes. And we have Ernie Moran. He's been out on sick leave. Yeah, so currently, those are the employees we have. Also, on the other side of not maintenance, but on the other side, we have some job openings I've advertised for before, but haven't had much luck. So I'm going to advertise again. I advertised before Christmas and only had one applicant for a highway coordinator and a civil engineer and technician. And I've also advertised for a planner before, but I'm going to advertise for a planner, a highway coordinator, an inspector, and a civil engineer and technician. So those jobs will be, you'll see up being advertised in the next couple of weeks.
With those specific jobs, can we make sure that tribal members have an educational opportunity if they're hired during those, so they can continue their education and or enhance their education to be qualified for these jobs? What I'm saying is, you may not forget qualified applicants, but let's find some tribal members that we could train and send to school so they can work these jobs.
Yeah, I'm very open to that, and I'm even willing to change job descriptions, or if anybody has any leads for me, to let me know if anybody's interested in those type of jobs. Typically, the civil engineer technician has a 2-year degree, and that we can work with to get somebody trained to do that.
If you can modify the language to those existing position descriptions to acknowledge that, so you'd get more interest from the membership to be able to apply, because a lot of the times when the members see these kind of positions and see what the qualifications are, they won't bother putting in for it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I really encourage you to think outside of the box to try to recruit our tribal members.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilman Two-Teeth. I really appreciate that comment. The most recent organizational chart that Tribal Council approved for our division does include a new trainee position, specifically in Scott's program, to try to catch some of those tribal members who maybe they're just shy of those educational requirements or just shy of that job experience requirements, but provides a home where they can come into the program and get that experience that they would need to qualify perhaps for one of these positions. So, thank you.
Okay, what do I have next? Yeah, so the ongoing projects, we just recently completed the Elmo Indian Avenue construction project, and then we have the Dixon Agency reconstruction project and Rive Creek Bridge replacement projects about ready to go out for bid. The Grace Lane Bridge replacement, that we just recently got a agreement with SKMM to help us get a fast-tracked temporary bridge put in place, hopefully before March 15th. That's when FIP has the deadlines for working within the canal. And then the permanent bridge will be done sometime after September 15th. We also have several other projects that have been on the on the dock. Big Arm Elmo Path design. That's had a, what do you call it? A preliminary design done on it. I recently had gotten approached by some others about some other paths that they're putting in for grant opportunities for the Highway 77 and Ronan 3rd Avenue. And they're looking for support from us for those paths.
Yeah, Highway 77 is the road from 28 into Hot Springs.
Yeah, Hot Springs.
Two questions. When can we expect construction to begin for the Big Arm Elmo path?
I'll be having another transportation planning committee meeting very soon. And then we'll probably continue those until we get that laid out into the
Okay.
schedule.
Thank you, Scott. If you just keep me in the loop on that, I'll plan on attending that. On another side note, where are we with the abandonment of those BIA roads in the Chief Cliff, Hog Heaven, urban management areas?
Yeah, we have, that's very close. I just got recently added, and I was going to bring this to your attention too, that I was asked to add another road to that, which was by Perma to the west of the highway, west of the bridge.
Yeah.
So I'm just adding that to the resolution and proposed abandonment of those roads from the VIA roads inventory.
Okay.
Yeah, so we recently completed this summer a tribal transportation plan, a long range plan update this summer. And then we also completed a Safe Streets for All safety action plan this summer. And now is the time to start implementing those plan updates. So we will be having some more transportation planning committee meetings coming up very soon. And that's when we work out the details on which projects to go after and put in the plan, the 5-year plan. We also had a lot of work going on with Highway 93 projects. And I've been involved with weekly meetings with 2 different projects, the Post Creek projects. Yesterday I got updated on some of the ongoing things on that. So the Post Creek section is a CMGC project that's underway. That means a construction management and general contractor is on contract with MDT. And we've had weekly meetings for a long time, and they've been in here and updated council. But the most recent one is they had drilled shafts, and they had a early work package approved so they can do a pump test and installation of some drilled shafts. So that'll be the next thing ongoing on that. They sent out road plans for review to our team, and I'm sending that around to get reviewed by January 28th. They have a wildlife crossing design. They have an explanation of that just north of Hunt's Timber there. They're getting an explanation put together to present. There's stream credits and debits. They're waiting for the Army Corps of Engineers to get back to them on some of that stuff. They have right-of-way progress for acquisition of right-of-way. They do have a construction oversight agreement in place now for when they start the actual construction, and we are a part of that. As a part of the grant that we received and transferred to MDT, they will reimburse us for some of the construction oversight to make sure that our needs are being met for environmental stuff and all our concerns as far as the projects, as the project moves along. And construction, as far as I know, it's supposed to start this fall, the main heavy construction. So the 9-pipe project is a little different. It's a separate project for them, and that was a separate grant. The Neighborhood Access and Equity Grant that we got, the design is ongoing, but the construction part got taken away, as you recall. The funding got pulled for the construction part, so we're still looking at ways to supplement that. But as I said, the design is still ongoing. They have the 3 options for a wildlife crossing just north of 9-Pipe Lodge. They have 3 options they would like to present to council very soon, maybe by the end of the month. And they have those options they want to run by you to make sure that you're on board with what they recommend. I also heard that there's possibly, this is from a federal highway contact that they have, that there might be more than 20 grants available by the end of May that we can look at for some of this stuff. Already talked about the road closures.
Jamie? Go ahead, Jamie.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to go back to the Safe Streets for All action plan. I don't know what that is. Could you explain that?
Yeah, we hired a consultant to do, we had gotten a grant and hired a consultant to do a study over the whole reservation, and it involved a lot of public meetings and collection of data of crashes and what people are seeing around for safety events. And we had, in that safety action plan, we had a whole bunch of projects identified for possible improvements to safety on the reservation.
So not just Highway 93?
No, it's all over.
In all the towns, everywhere?
Yeah. Although a lot of the comments that we did get were highway related, but we wanted to focus on more. So.
Good. Any other questions for Scott? Go ahead, Tom.
Hey, Commissioner Scott, this reminded me of Arley, the northbound traffic coming into Arley. There's a great threat of them hitting pedestrians in town in Arley. And I brought the potential to the highway supervisor in Missoula about maybe adding a couple of rumble strips just to slow traffic down before they come in and make the turn and come into the town of Arley, because everybody's rolling in there pretty darn fast. And by the time they get to Wilson Foods and that crosswalk, they're still exceeding the speed limit. Is there any headway on that? Is there something that would prohibit that? Because rumble strips, on the back road coming to Round Butte Highway seem to be pretty effective. I noticed that really wakes people up and, hey, there's a speed limit ahead. Seems like an easy fix to try to slow people down going through Arley.
Yeah, I don't think there's nothing I don't think there's anything actively going to do that right now, but I can sure I plan on meeting with MDT sometime in the next couple of weeks with as you know, Bob Bozen is retired. Yeah, he just last month. He's the Missoula district, so Missoula and Kalispell district administrator. And he recently retired, so there's an acting administrator, Justin Juliffs. But as I learned yesterday, that it might be somebody else coming up.
Go ahead, Len.
This is probably for Casey. When are we going to begin the bridge assessment and our replacement in the Lozo primitive area?
That is not a project that we've visited with council recently on, but it's one that we would be happy to do so. Okay.
Go ahead, Bing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just follow up on what Tom stated about RLE, that coming into RLE there. That speed limit sign where it flashes tell you how fast you're going. That's been out for a while. So everybody knows how fast they're going into RLE anymore. And the second question I've got, Scott, is you're talking about snow plowing, that you guys had a snow plowing. Up there in July, there's not a lot of snow right now, but when there is, gets a little bit of snow up there. That road up there on the east side of the highway is solid ice. And a couple of weeks ago, a bus couldn't even go up there, just before Christmas. Bus couldn't even go up there because of the ice situation. And finally, somebody did come along and put a little bit of gravel on there, and so they could go up there. But I don't know how much snow we gotta have before you guys could come up and plow that snow. Yesterday, I plowed that snow up there, going up that hill there with my four-wheeler, and I plowed all that slush off there because it was deep. So I plowed a lot of that off with my four-wheeler yesterday up there so if it did freeze, the bus could get up there, you know. But right now, it's down to almost the pavement there, so that they can get up there. But we've had both sides of that road has been awful. With these last couple storms we've had, there's been a lot of ice up there, and that's the biggest problem right now, because like I say, there's not a lot of snow, but when we do get it, it's enough to cause a big problem with that ice up there. And I don't know, like I said, I don't know how much snow we need to have before you guys show up, but my snowplow and another guy's snowplow have been doing all the plow up there, just to keep the roads open.
I'll have my guys take better care of that. Pay more attention to the icy situations and get that out. But typically we get to the home sites when it gets icy, or if there's more than 3 inches of snow, because our snow plows can't plow like 1 or 2 inches of snow without the skid plates on them don't sit up that high. So typically less than 2 inches we don't plow, but we can sand. So that's typically what we do.
Len.
Last comment, Scott, if you can also follow up with our lighting at Tunaka home sites that we're still waiting for. The other issue that I wanted to bring up, and I know it's an MDOT issue, but it is we still have the challenge of trying to slow traffic down through Elmo. The conversation that I had with MDOT is they installed a whole barrage of signs between Flames and Thompson Falls for bighorn sheep. But yet when we're asking to put up those more signs or what have you to try to slow traffic down through Elmo, we're getting no response from them. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention, and something that I would like addressed with MDOT.
Okay.
Bring that up. Anything else for Scott? Thank you, Scott. Greg?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we're about halfway done here. So, I recognize the time and I'll make my comments very brief, but I do want to close with just some very high level snapshots of some of the tribal workforce development efforts that have been going on in this division. That is a primary focus for our program manager staff. And so I do want to note these before we break. Foremost is in our efforts to develop our tribal workforce, it really starts with outreach and education. So our staff are out at river honorings, career fairs, lecturing at Salish Kootenai College, University of Montana, as well as in local schools to really highlight these opportunities. And as you've noted today, they're numerous, right? Engineering, hydrology, administrative staff, GIS expertise, water rights staff, as well as construction staff. And so what we make a point of is going out into our tribal communities and talking to youth of all ages to let them know what the opportunities are and also to talk to them about what the pathways look like to get there. One of those initiatives has been the welding course that we've done in partnership with Salish Kootenai College as well as the Pacific Northwest Iron Workers. So that's about a 10-week class that goes on every fall. We've been doing that since 2022. To date, I believe there have been 30 graduates of that program. Those who complete the training are eligible to enter the Ironworker Apprenticeship Program. That starts, I believe, at $24 an hour. After a couple of years, journey level iron workers are earning $50 an hour plus benefits. This is a really high need job as well. So according to a staff member I talked to, the local 732 union has 720 welders. They would like to have 2,000 active welders within Montana and Idaho. So there's significant need here. These typically participants would have to pay for a program like this. So for example, West State College in Gillette, Wyoming charges folks about $40,000 per person. This is free for the membership and they also receive a stipend on top of it. So we hope to continue that partnership with Salish Kootenai College into the future.
Where do they get jobs once they complete the program?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chairwoman, for the question. So they would get a job. Typically, they would go into the union. A lot of them end up in the local unions, and then they would go where the union jobs are. So we have some members right now, I believe, in Great Falls, I think Spokane, and I'm waiting on an updated list on where those graduates are. I'd be happy to come back and share that with you. Hey, we have one right here. You want to come up or use the mic? Okay.
Hello, my name is Matthew Miniades, and I'm a graduate of the welders program that you guys initiated a couple years ago. I'm part of the first 10 graduates, and then just like Casey was saying, right after I got my certificate, I joined the local 732, and I was sent all over the state with the 732, and I was part of the MSU Sportsplex project that they finished over in Bozeman. I was part of that gigantic project, and also many bridge and structural projects. But we have a lot of members that have joined the local 732 because of the welding program. And then I got a lot of brothers out there right now that are traveling the state and working within the state, also in Idaho State. So the benefits of the welding program are, it's a big impact on life, especially mine. Circumstances have changed because of my circumstances have changed because of where life has landed me. But I'm working for the tribe now. But I've also brought over my experience working for the 732 and everything that is given me. So I don't want to say that that work or that program has big impacts on a lot of people that do join it. And the $100 stipend a day, that was a big help too. Thank you.
Tammy?
Matthew, do you think like having to travel, like not living here on the res and having to travel, is that hard on the people that have done that?
Well, it is hard when you first join a union. You gotta go, like when I first joined, like the first place they brought me to was Great Falls, and then so you hear you got to travel, but when you join the union, they give you a $150 per diem a day. It's travel for food and lodge, but when you join a workforce like that, it's just you kind of figure out that in order for you to pursue the trade comes with the travel, and if you want to stay dedicated to your trade, you gotta like make sacrifices.
Okay, that's good to know. I didn't know if it was like you had to move there. So basically, I'm just saying if I had to tell somebody about it, so basically you travel wherever
You go where you go where the money is, and then
they give you a stipend.
yeah, and they give you a per diem a day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Yeah, some join the union, some join other businesses, some start businesses, and then we're lucky enough to retain some. So we see that as a good program and hope to support that into the future. The other thing that we support is interns, so college interns. That's something that we've been participating in since I started here with the tribes. Last year, we were lucky to host interns not only from Salish Kootenai College, but also a tribal member from here who's going to Gonzaga to study for a bachelor's in civil engineering. We had her in our programs, and hopefully that leads to a career opportunity with us in the future. We also support education, and that includes continuing education for our staff, as well as the opportunity for our staff to utilize opportunities with the tribes, such as educational leave, in order to complete degrees that they might need to be successful or to take on new roles with the organization. We have 3 current staff members with us today who earn their master's degrees while working with the Natural Resources Department. That is soon to be 4. We have an additional candidate here in the room. 3 of our staff have earned associate's or bachelor's degrees while working for us full-time, and 1 staff member earned their professional engineering license, which is a big deal while they worked for us full-time. So we appreciate policies like those that exist here at CSKT that allow our staff to develop themselves professionally and make themselves competitive for internal promotion. Once those tribal members have their degrees, we also want them to have the experience to be successful in those new roles. And so with that, we are committed to succession planning. We have created several new positions within our programs that are specifically designed to give folks who maybe have the educational credentials but don't have the professional experience to be able to work with career professionals who have been in the job for decades and gain that professional experience, such that when some of our senior staff, some of whom are in the room today, retire, that we have the membership that have years of experience job shadowing in those professional capacities so that they can step into those roles and we don't have to look outside the reservation to hire for them. Additionally, we have trainee positions in all of our technical programs. That's something we started years ago, but we recently expanded it with the organizational chart. The Tribal Council just approved. That puts positions in all technical programs to try to capture students or tribal members who are maybe just shy of qualifying for some of these positions. It would give them a home to either get that educational degree or get that experience to qualify for a full-time professional position in some of these highly technical roles. Additionally, we are working with S&K Mission Management. They've been a great partner in terms of tribal workforce development. We've enjoyed the opportunity to partner with them on multiple projects, including safety of dams projects, roads program projects, restoration program projects. Those include the Crow Creek Pumping Plant. They're working on the Dewar Building, working on employee housing, and most recently we're in conversations with them and they're going to support us in our tribal contractor initiatives. We're also very focused on outreach to the tribal contractor community. In November, we hosted 2 workshops for tribal contractors, as well as folks who were just interested in opportunities with some of these projects to come. The goal was twofold. One, to provide informational updates to the contractor community about what projects are going to be coming up. And the second was a workshop where we could understand from tribal members what some of the barriers to success were so that we could take additional steps to try to help them overcome some of those barriers. We had really good conversations in those workshops, and as a result of those, we are now working with SKMM on developing some tribal contractor trainings to try to support tribal contractors in areas such as bidding, business prospectus development, as well as gaining expertise in some of the technical area of construction so that they're poised for success on future projects. And we will continue those into the future. Other initiatives, so interagency is a collaboration is a big focus of everything we do. We work with all of our local, federal, and state partners, as well as other departments across the tribes. We have a tribal water rights program that we set up that is focused on the protection of our tribal water rights, both on and off the reservation. And we'll have Aaron come back to give an update on that in the interest of time. Public engagement is something that's very important to us. We're committed to coming here and getting feedback from tribal council on these projects as well as potential future projects. We also engage with the membership as well as the general community here on the reservation to try to make sure that folks are informed on our projects and are able to engage in that process. And the last update is strategic planning. So Tabby Espinoza has done a great job providing some leadership in this role. We are currently working on an implementation plan to try to communicate a lot of the things that we've discussed with you here today, as well as develop a 5-year plan that we would like council's input on in order to both provide transparency to the membership, as well as to help ensure that we are gearing for success in the future in terms of workforce development and making sure that we have the staff to execute the projects leading into the future. So with that, I really appreciate your time. I know we went a little bit over, but I really appreciate all the questions. I took 2 pages of notes here today, so I really appreciate your time and interest and engagement. So if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. I'd also be happy to let you have lunch.
Great presentations. I want to congratulate all of you on a great job, and all your work is really critical for us. And workforce development. I just wanted to know if you're doing anything for employing high school kids while they're still in high school.
Yeah, so we have the Employee High School program. We always strive to participate in that program wherever possible, to bring those folks on and give them some hands-on experience. That includes interacting with the Mission Mountain Youth Crew, which has a lot of local tribal members. We were happy to partner with them last year and look forward to doing so again this year. I think it's really important that we get those folks out on the ground and get them some hands-on experience. Some of these are niche jobs. I'm a hydrologist. There aren't a lot of us, but I think there's a significant need into the future. And I think if we can highlight that need to the membership, particularly our youth, they're the ones who are going to be taking these jobs on and leading these projects in the future. And I think we need to do whatever we can to let them know that these opportunities are available and to help them get on the path to be successful in them.
Yeah, I understand that. I know that a lot of people some family members are involved in that Mission Mountain Youth Crew. It's whether or not you could dedicate funds yourself to hire high school kids in a program.
Sure. Yeah, I would. Why not?
Exactly. Why not?
Yeah.
Because that's part of it. It's like we created the River Honoring program to have that exposure. To have professionals like George go there and talk about hydrology and water measurements and and wildlife professionals to encourage them. But the follow-up is actually providing them a workplace, maybe in high school, so they can have further in-depth experience to see if that's something they want to pursue as for higher education or other vocational training that might be related to that. So when back in the day, we used to have two different youth high school programs. One was income based, which is kind of still there, and then there was one that was not income based. And the money for the non-income based one went away, and it doesn't exist anymore. And so a lot of those folks don't have an opportunity to work in the different jobs that might be provided through workforce development or 477 funding, that kind of thing. So if you had money in the water compact to not only provide this, step it down one level lower, it would be significant, I think.
Yeah, thank you for that comment, Councilman. I appreciate it.
Other questions? Thank you, Casey and Aladur. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, council. Really appreciate your time. I'm really proud of our staff that are here today. I think you have really talented technical staff out here in the audience. I'm really proud of their efforts, and I think that the future of compact implementation is very bright with this crew. So thank you for your support, and thank you for your time.
Happy New Year, and everybody be safe. Jennifer.
Can we go into executive?
Martin, you had one issue. Did you want to have that in executive or open?
It was just the announcement about SQCC, but also were you gonna bring up the essential eats usage waiver for hot springs? Were we gonna wait? Danny asked me to bring that up. So could, I mean, do that now or?
We will go out of regular into executive. We have a contract and resolution for Cameron. What is it, Boster?
Yes.
Motion by Tom. Second by Martin. All in favor? I think we're good there, unanimous. And then the other issue is whether we pay for the ad or not. So I got a motion by Jamie to buy an ad with the Charcusta. Second by Tom, all in favor? We're buying an ad. Unanimous.
Thank you. And we should get that out hopefully by next Charcusta, because I think their deadline or might be tomorrow, Rob?
The deadline was Friday, but since this is an ongoing matter and it's council and legal, we know something's coming and we've extended the deadline. So I just wrote Sam saying, get the display ad completed.
Okay.
It's
And I will get,
90% done.
yeah, I will get new dates because I think we had the old dates, assuming that it was going to go out on the 1st, which it didn't. And so we would just have that. And then the email, I think, is the only thing that we need to clean up on it. So
Definitely. We got tripped up by a passing in IT that slowed some of our progress over the holidays and the holiday schedule. So apologies for that.
okay. Yeah, they provided the QR code and the link to the internet, I think, in the email.
And a posting of the document on the CSKT.org site.
Yeah.
Okay.
Make sure that ad's just pops right off the page there, Rob.
Yeah, make it very colorful.
Paying money for this stuff.
I can add gold trim. It'll cost you, but it'll pop.
And that concludes, I think, legal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, see, so we have
Mark?
Melinda, Charlo, and then Tabitha, and then Lance. And then I asked James Jr. to log on. He'll be on about 1:30 to 2 to log on because Martin has to leave. So we'll have quorum for Lance.
You wanted to advertise the culture committee, Martin? You wanted to advertise the culture committee meeting tomorrow?
It was actually rescheduled is what I was. It is rescheduled till the 21st. I sent out an everyone email. So yeah, that was the main thing. Just letting people know that. Thank you.
Okay, great, that works. We'll take Melinda and Tabitha, we'll take a break.
All right. Good afternoon, council. So today I'm here to get council approval for a project-specific agreement with the Montana Department of Transportation. And this one's for an epoxy striping project that's going to go from on Highway 93, starting at the intersection of like Caffrey and Ford Road there, and then go to just past Polson Bridge.
Motion by Carol, second by Martin. All in favor? Unanimous.
All right, thank you guys. And then I just have to come up and get your signature, Mike.
No way.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Tabitha.
Well, hello again. So I'm here for a contract modification. And so this is the same project that I talked about earlier, the Bison Range Reach project on the Jocko River. And I think the last time I was here at the council was in September, and I kind of gave a general update and then kind of explained the contracting process, but I'll just a little bit go through that again with you guys today. So we bid the project out in fall of 2024, and that was a request for qualifications. And so we bid the entire project out at once. So that was phase 1 and phase 2 all together, lumped together as one project. At that time, we realized that the bonding requirements would just be too expensive for most of the smaller specialty restoration contractors. So we didn't want to require that much bonding up front because we thought we might box out kind of the target contractors that we were hoping to bid on the job. So in order to address that, we just required phase 1 bonding initially. We just awarded the contract amount for phase 1 so we could support that. And then we always plan to bring phase 2 work into that same contract. So that's where we're at now. So we worked with Glacier Excavating for phase 1, and it was they were a very professional company to work with. Everything progressed on budget. We didn't have to ask for any additional money. They never asked for additional money. They kept themselves on schedule very well. And they also managed unforeseen challenges really well. They were good at adapting to site conditions while keeping themselves on schedule. So we had all around a good experience with them, and we're hoping to move into phase 2 with them. So during phase 1, there were several pieces, pretty specific pieces of the job that as they progressed, we as the design team thought, maybe we could do this differently for phase 2. We could tweak things here and there to just have a better outcome. And so we did that this fall. We got an updated phase 2 design set this fall. Actually just, a couple weeks ago, we got that. That incorporates some of the lessons learned. And so then we worked with Glacier Excavating to update their bid to reflect that kind of those minor changes to the design set and also just to bring in phase 2. So the kind of the highlights of that. Okay, thanks. So some of the changes that we did between when we initially released the plan set to when the changes we made were just to better identify ahead of time, as much as we could, the high value vegetated areas that we wanted to protect. So that way we can disclose that to the contractor and they know ahead, you need to do whatever you can to preserve you know, all these areas of cottonwoods or wild plum or whatever we're trying to do. So they were able to see that ahead this time. It also better identified access routes and where the crossings were going to be that would really work with their operations. So that's primarily it. And just for scale, the phase 2 in comparison to phase 1 is about 60% of the total. Phase 1 was about 40%. And then when we get to the numbers, you'll see that those are roughly 60% and 40% of the total as well. So for the phase 1, the phase 1 price was 1.9 million. The phase 2 price from this company was $2,788,825. And so that's the modification that we're asking for today, or that I'm asking for today. Yeah. And so I don't know if you guys have any specific questions. I can go into those, or I could ask for the specific action.
Go ahead, Martin.
Is this the group or the construction crew that takes like a couple months off during the summer?
They did this time. Yep. They got done. They built the entire banks. And the reason they did that was they have a 15-day window to move the river over based on fish needs. And so they just waited until that September date that they could move the river over. So last year they did. This coming year, they may only take about 4 or 5 weeks off because it's more work this time. Yep.
Go ahead, Bing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Tabitha, are they gonna take some of them big cottonwoods along that river out of there, or are they gonna use the trees that they have piled out there along that riverbank?
Yeah, the ones you can see from the highway, they're going to use those. So we have a pile going now, and then we'll have to clear the actual alignment of the channel. We'll have to take out lots of trees. So we'll use those in the bank as well. So anything that's generated on site we'll use, and then we're also paying local contractors, tribal contractors, to move wood from elsewhere to the job. Yeah, the wood material is really significant. It ends up being almost 6 miles of bank construction total for the whole job, and it's just a lot.
So they ask us for a contract modification for Glacier Excavating to add phase 2 to the contract. Motion by Carol. Second by Martin. All in favor? We're unanimous.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you, Tabitha. Yeah,
Can we go back into executive when you guys go on break?
we can go out of regular into executive. We'll take a. Yeah, let's have a resolution.
Yep, first item, action item was the resolution for the acquisition of the 2 acres of allotment 1181D.
Motion by Len, second by Tom. All in favor? Got unanimous.
I did want to have clarification on the one foreclosure. Do we need to bring that one back in for the Peachy home?
I thought we were taking action to
Gift deed. We need to make a motion on get approval to a gift deed the home in Peachy.
Do I have a motion? Motion by Bing to gift deed the one home. Second by Tom.
With stipulations.
So,
Carol wants us to, what are you talking, Jamie?
oh, that, what Carol was saying,
Gift deed that is restricted for 7 years? Is that what you'd mentioned?
why is it 7 years? What's the stipulation for 7 years? Why is it 7 or not 5, not 10? Where's 7?
We can put any year in there.
Okay. I was just like,
in- prior to this activity, he would have been able to sell it. So it's just another position.
Gift deed with a life estate. And that would revert back to the tribes at the end.
Is that okay for your motion? Gift deed of the property, of the house.
Of the house for, as a
The
life estate.
estate in the house. It's, just getting back, Len made the motion to. Didn't make no. Ms. Bank,
Does he have family that would want?
so we got a motion by Bing to go ahead with the gift deed, and it's unrestricted right at the moment. Tom seconded that motion. So I'll call for the vote on that motion itself. All in favor? No, not from Bing. Not from Bing. Who's in favor of gift deed with no stipulations? That's the motion and the second. All in favor? No stipulation. Oh, yes. You could sell it tomorrow. Tom, got a 1, 2, no. Bing? Yay, 3. No. And James, I didn't see your vote.
What's the vote?
The motion, I've got 3 for and 3 against right now.
So you're saying I'm the tiebreaker?
You are in this instance.
Could you please restate what the motion says? I kind of lost track of where we were in the discussion.
The motion is simply to gift deed the house. No stipulations. No restriction.
Yeah, I'm kind of both ways, but I'll vote for it.
So we have 4 for and 3 against, and against are Len, Jamie, and Carol. The motion carries.
Yep. We're just moving to the next level on that. We have to do more information on it. Yep. Tribal Lives would like to make a motion of reaching out to the owners of the Republic property and work on a negotiation with them.
Show interest in the Republic property for negotiations. Motion, second by Carol. All in favor?
Yeah, that's not on the.
You in favor? We're unanimous.
Next action item up is revocable permit request for Crystal Matt Ombre Mountain Designs located in Ronan. She's been running that business up there for a few years now. She just would like to have requesting a 1-year revocable permit. Tribal Lands would refer to would like to see the motion move to approve the 1-year revocable permit to Crystal Matt of Ombre Mountain Designs, rental at $400 per month, require insurance, require an $800 bond.
Question by Tom and then Jamie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was reading these, Mark, there's 5 different revocable permit requests. And none of them are similar. I mean, they're not, the fee schedule's all over the place. The bonding's all over the place. Sometimes there's no bond. Sometimes there's a building involved and sometimes there isn't. And so I just wanted to know the differences, why there is any differences, and why not let the open market with the tribal members really give us what the lease amount is. So like put them out for bid. I guess that's my question, but also why is one of them has $1,000 bid for a vacant lot and then another one has no bond $1,000 bond, one has no bond for an entire building. Like that's the kind of questions I have. Where one lease is for $46 a year, another one's for $400 a year. One's for 5 years, and all the rest of them are for 1 year. So I'm just trying to figure out the strategy or what are the different issues between each. Some of them have a building, some don't have a building, and given the significance of the amounts that are here, I don't know why we're requiring a bond on any of them. And why not just have a flat rate and an open bid to see what the market will drive for each one with the membership? Those are my questions. Not that I'm against any one of these getting these. I'm just having a hard time wrapping my head around it. And how are we really incentivizing, tribal business leases, with some of these, especially when there's no improvements. I mean, there's no improvement. They're bringing in their own building, and we're on that. Let's say the lot by Ace Hardware, the hot dog stand, and we're asking them for $1,000, $50 bond, and they're providing their own building, and $350 a month lease. When we have another one that's only paying $100 $100 a month on the plunge, or $46 a month on the Hot Springs Bowling Alley with no bonds. So I just don't understand what the differences are.
Sorry about that. I was just scrolling through here. The JJ Dogs one up by Ace Hardware, that is their own personal building. That is a 3-month bond required at $350. That was the CPI that was done on that property. And that's what came up with that valuation of what that rental was. The other thing we could do on that rental, instead of approving one right now, is to do a actual appraisal of the lot instead of the CPI. But in the past, we've been running off of the CPIs to expedite the process at a less dollar rate coming out of project budgets to move that forward. But that's why there is a bond of $1,050 on that one. The next one for the business lease for the bowling alley, Rose and Plunge, that one does have a revocable permit, one-time payment of $500. It's a 1-year revocable permit, required insurance. Tribes own the building. I don't know why there is no bond, other than in the past, the request from the lessee on that revocable permit or the permittee was waived. So that's why no bond was ever put on that one, and that's why it came back in the same way. The other one with the Big Medicine, as you see, it's a $1,200 one-time payment for $100 a month on it. Those were just stipulations from the previous contracts, and they just continued with them again when it came up this time. The other lot that has required insurance, $800 bond, $400 a month, that property there is the one where the Beehive is at, Permanent Cosmetics, right above Murdoch's or right up the highway. That's what the CPI adjustment came at on that property at $400. So they continued with the same contract that was in place for the last revocable permit. We could take these all back and do fair market appraisals on all 4 of the properties right there. And even the Ombre one, and then go from there on moving forward with those at a separate time and coming back in with them.
In addition to what Tom said, so it's my understanding that the tribes already hold insurance on these on these commercial properties that were out for lease. So why are we having our tribal members purchase additional insurance for the property?
It's
You know, it's been one of our initiatives to try and help our small business owners, our small business tribal members. And I just think that this is an additional burden expense to them when the property's already covered.
The buildings themselves, the structure is underneath the policy of the tribes. The insurance that is required of them is a liability insurance. It is not about the building. It is about their business themselves. So if anybody gets hurt or injured on those properties, they are covered underneath insurance for liability. Because the tribes are covered doesn't mean the establishment that is operating that lease is covered. So they have it to cover themselves in case of an injury. Say the plunges, somebody gets hurt, slips and falls. They are covered underneath the liability insurance of that individual. The tribes are covered under our liability on it, general liability, but the actual permittee on it is not, and opens them up as the operating manager to be sued. So we require that underneath the CFR, we require that bond to secure it for that individual. It also puts in there so they could have insurance if they bring in any of their own material. You know, if they have merchandise, they have other items in there of their own personal belongings, that in case of any kind of accident or anything, fire or anything like that, they're covered to get reimbursed underneath the insurance policy that they have in place for like a renter's insurance.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess for council's benefit, I would just say that, because I always try to treat everybody equally, if we're asking some of these local permits not to require them to have a bond, then I wouldn't want to have any of them be required to have a bond, to be, you know, try to treat everybody equally. And I guess that $46 a year for the Hot Springs Bowling Alley building, is that based on some CPI thing? What is that based upon? Or even the plunge at $100 a month? What's that based on?
Those are just based off of what were in effect years ago and were continued ran. And
So they're not based on the CPI.
now,
like
those
the other
ones, those two, the Roses, the Bowling Alley, the Roses Plunge and Big Medicine are not based off of CPI.
Well, when I had the question earlier, it was basically what Tom had said, but mine was more to where, yeah, it wasn't consistent, like it, you know, like the hot dog stand is only paying $350, but yet a tribal member, Crystal, has to pay $400. So honestly, and then the whole Hot Springs one, I mean, I've heard a lot about this one, and just the things that Tom is bringing up. I just don't feel, I think that we need more information on all of these, that they're more consistent and fair before before I would vote on them, I guess.
I know when I rented, it was always first and last and cleaning deposit.
Right. Yeah.
That looks like we're requesting you to come back.
We can do that. Not a problem.
I guess, because is there a lands committee? Don't you have, okay, this is it. Oh, okay, so I'm just like way behind. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I would just like more information and more. I mean, I know you explained the CPI and all that, but it still seems just so inconsistent.
Next item up is a revocable permit for the Moe's purchase. of the old former Sago Ranch, the Moe's. We have a revocable permit for the caretaker. We do have it in here if you guys want to go through with it. One thing that was never negotiated out or anything to move forward with is a monthly rental on it. The individual would be there through January through the end of March. To finish out the contractual terms of the original 90 days when we did do the closing on this property. And because he wanted to be there for an additional potential 6 months. So this gave him that 90 days till January 1 when we took over ownership of the property. We need to have a lease in place for that individual down there if he is to continue to be the caretaker. Fair market rental rate for a home that size is $1,350. The individual staying there is wanting to know about that, if it could be reduced for him being the caretaker role there to make sure everything is secured, that the heat and everything in the house is still operational. It doesn't run out of any of the heating oils and the power, and that is paid. We are able to go onto the property and do our due diligence of the owners of the property to make sure that the maintenance and everything are being done. All the utilities would be transferred over to that individual of the power. Garbage and the heating right now is underneath tribal lands, and we are taking care of all of that under contractual, and we can negotiate that under this lease with the individual on getting reimbursement to keep that into our name. So when the transition comes at the end of March, if this was approved, we could just take it over ourselves and just transition the next individuals that are living there. However, we deem fit to be utilizing that property in the near future. But this gives us that additional 90 days to get to that next step and keep that home secure during the winter months.
What needs to happen in those 90 days?
What's that?
What needs to happen in those 90 days? Why wouldn't we transition January 1?
We can if we want. We don't have to go with this. But right now, we don't have any individuals or anybody that we would be putting into that place right now that have been vetted to make sure that there'd be good caretakers. Making sure that the home is operational and functional. But in the next 90 days, to be able to bring on additional staffing to do the haying or anything underneath an expansion of the already in place lease that we have for the haying operation in Valley View, they could be bringing in some more H2A employees to be going into that residence to live and run the operation for the tribes as a profit venture and economic development as a haying operation. So that's where this 90 days for transition, we need to come up with day 2 planning on being able to move forward with it, since the day 2 planning was never done until after the purchase. So we're trying to think outside the box of being able to move forward with the day 2 planning.
I understand that. It just seemed that this lease this fellow was just going to caretake the house. It's bigger than that.
No, it's still just the house, but the house is directly next to the big shop with where all of the haying equipment and material are. And that you have to drive right by his driveway or anything to go into the property. So him being where he's at, and since it's so isolated there, it does give us that presence of somebody in the home. This is still really the caretaker is of the home for the 3 months.
Aren't there people looking for rentals immediately?
Whose property? I'm sorry. But who did we purchase it from?
Bill Sago.
Okay. And so the guy that Scott Jensen, wants to caretake it just because he lives right there.
Well, he lives in it right now. He was the caretaker for Mr. Sago of that property.
And our plans for the future are Just to rent it to, it says as a residential one-family dwelling?
Well, we would be looking at it as potentially bringing in H2A employees to be able to run the haying operation for
Oh,
the
okay.
short term until we get our tribal staff or tribal membership built into a staffing for a farming operation to take this over as a venture for the tribes as a hay production for profit revenue. And they can come on as soon as April, the H2A employees.
I guess, yeah, I just look at, there's so many tribal members out there looking, whether it's short-term or not, that need housing. And then I'm just thinking about this, the NRD employee that works here but doesn't even live here. And he said it's because of housing. I mean, I don't know, it just seems a little.
Other questions, thoughts? The request is to approve this caretake lease and there isn't a price set, right? Don't have a price set.
Would have to get a price from you guys, what you would want to get for a rental if it is the 1350 fair market or reduced. We have a feeling that he wasn't paying.
Has he indicated that if he has to pay something, he's not gonna do it? Or is he, what if we
He
say,
needs to find out what it is, if he can afford it or not. And if he can't, he would be probably moving out.
there are other tribal members that would be in the same situation?
That is. And this is a fellow that worked for Sago on the ranch or on the hang and all that. Or did he just?
He worked somewhat with them. He didn't do any of the haying operation or irrigating on it. But he was there and he did do some of the work that was there, but he didn't do the main operation stuff.
Fencing, anything like that?
There is no fencing down there on that property. That was all, it's open hayfield.
And mine, it'll take me 30 days to get. H2A employee.
They are the ones that the Mexicans that get brought in underneath the current operation out of Valley View. And he said that he could function both ranches if he brought on 3 additional employees. They just need housing. And then at that time, they'd stay on until October. And then from October till April, that could go into a rental 6-month short term for tribal members to be in as the caretaker following next year. And it would be all set up at that time for those transitions.
The H2A employees have always come in to work?
They, not for us,
Right.
but for this, the operational ranch out at Valley View.
Where did they live before?
They had a residence out at the Valley View purchase. And that's what, those ones continue to stay there. If he brings in any additional employees to operate the Sago Ranch down there, they need housing down there. Because they don't have any more homes up in the Valley View property to house them.
As it is, those workers will be working both places.
Both places, the mission side of it and the OE side of it, plus transitioning and doing work up in Valley View for the tribes, doing the haying operation that the broker right now, the manager of that Valley View Ranch brokers all the hay product for the tribes at our.
How many houses are on the Valley View property?
3.
They're all occupied right now?
One is an H2A home. The one is the ranch manager's home. The other one is vacant. And that was going to economic development for potential of a vacation rental. What's that? It was being talked about with us. We did not, Tribal Lands did not negotiate the contract or anything. This is how it came out through the programs that did, the departments that did negotiate it. And that was one of the stipulations on that one property was going to be set aside for potential income-based. I believe it was with Greg Spar, and then we're in the discussions on turning that into a vacation rental underneath the vacation rental company we already utilize for Blue Bay and for the bison on the lake. That they could take it over and potentially put that into their realm and be able to generate money for the tribes. And it would be in that 6-month period again, where after 6 months, they'd have a caretaker in it for the winter months as a short-term rental and then go back out as a vacation rental come May.
Have anybody interested in making a motion to keep this fellow in this house as a caretaker for 90 days at whatever rent you might want to stipulate?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, James.
Yeah, question. I remember Brian Upton talking to us about the different legal responsibilities we had to some of these folks, and I can't remember what those were, you know, relocation, and because it's money coming out of water compact dollars, we had to follow certain legal requirements. I thought that was part of this, and I can't quite remember what he had stated. So that was my question.
Yeah, there's a relocation responsibility for using federal dollars when you're buying properties like this. Go ahead, Mark.
Since we're going a little further off the realm here, do we want to stay in open session or do we want to go into executive?
Well, if
Why does
somebody's
it have
willing-
to be an executive?
Sure. I would suggest we go into executive so we can at least edify Jamie on this topic.
Yeah. Feel lost.
We will go out of regular into executive.
Yeah, I can. We have two. It was brought up to us about, you seen part of this plan this morning. There was a request to have potentially the softball fields moved out in Arlee out to the powwow grounds and rodeo grounds area. This was the preliminary drawing of it because that is a flat bench to the north of the road there. And it says camping, that's where the bench sloughs off and it drops down a little bit. That could be brought in as youth baseball fields plus the use of a softball diamonds during the powwow grounds. The limitations right now, they only have the one real field anymore that they get to utilize during the softball tournament. One of the other old fields were taken away, but then this way, this could be used for high school still, plus all the summer youth or anything else for the youth baseball, softball programs. But then also in coordination with the powwow grounds itself during the powwow, bringing the tournament out there. So they can be in between games. If they're not playing, they can go and enjoy the festivities at the powwow grounds and not have to relocate constantly and come in and go. They could be right there on site camping and being able to hit the vendors and make it more profitability for the committee, the tribes, and everybody else right here on one footprint. One other discussion on this property here is the rodeo grounds themselves, if that was going to stay in conjunction or not. It was utilized, I should say, roughly one time, maybe 2 times a year. We did have leases on them. The last year rodeo, did that happen? This was the first year in a long time. We haven't had a rodeo out there. They did not retain the lease anymore for it. Nobody picked up the new lease for rodeo. They didn't, they said it just took too much work and it wasn't that profitable for them. So I don't know if the rodeo is going to continue during that 4th of July celebration or not, but we do have ample land here that could be turned into use for the powwow grounds. The replanning of the powwow grounds for additional camping area, additional bathrooms in there, shower units and whatnot in the near future. But the first start is the concept of being able to move forward with it. So we wanted to come up with a quick little design to show what we could potentially have here for that tournament and for camping for the players that come out. So they're not renting camping slots at private areas. They could be camping here and potentially renting that from the tribes for their camping. So we wanted to show this to you to just get this seed planted and potentially be moving forward on this in the near future. So we wanted to bring this in, kind of tears off of that short term, but not part of the powwow use of what's being done with the powwow grounds right now of expanding and potential. How are we going to be looking at it for long term? And you guys seen that this morning in that presentation when Jason was here, what a preliminary design was. And that can always change. Like I said, that was just a quick one from the department itself, just to take a look at of listening to the powwow committee, how they wanted to expand the vendor park outward, but that goes into camping. They're limited with a fence line right now. We are removing that fence line so there can be more camping further into the rodeo grounds. So that vending park can get moved further out because the congestion right now with the closed circuiting road in the powwow grounds, being able to utilize that access point through the rodeo grounds during the powwow will reduce a lot of that traffic congestion that goes on during the 4th of July celebration, especially when it comes to the dance pavilion where we have to, where the elders park, those get overran real fast by elders and non-elders that are utilizing it. Spectators parking on the road, we can get them at least placed outward a little further. So they have to walk through the vending park into the dance pavilion and into Stick Game Harbor. But this is preliminary. We just wanted to bring it up so you guys could take a look at it and we can start pre-planning for bigger and better things in the future.
There's a committee put together for just basically looking at the whole site with the powwow committee involved and whoever else is involved. I would think this would wait for that. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one footnote, the alignment of the fields is wrong. You gotta put the home bases together. Was anybody have any conversation with the Arley School District?
We have not yet.
Okay. I thought that would be one interesting thing to see if there was we could do a maintenance agreement with them so they could help take care of it if they're gonna use it.
Yeah, similar to what we do with Mission right now with their team.
But it looks like an appropriate spot to me. If the school would use it.
Do we need more than that then here?
No, that was just that one. We do have one more issue on here. We have a home site right here at Safety Bay. The access road comes down through the side to the west, and then it circles around and goes up a steep incline right here along the lake. It's a very narrow and iffy road in the wintertime. And it comes through and here to the parking area. The individual in the home site right here is wanting to be able to utilize the tribal property to the north, which is another home site lease, and have it come up through his home site more of a direct path into here. Very minimal tree dispersion to be disrupted or anything. They had utilized this with like a four-wheeler and everything in the past from the previous owner of the home. But the individual that has this home site property extends this way. That is where his septic drain field is located. So we do not want to have the proposed yellow line where the individual wants it to happen. We would prefer him to be able to access off of this lane here, and I think that's Lookout Lane. It was originally platted that the road was supposed to come in here in design through this gradual incline here away from the lake. This is the preferred access right here. It does not interfere with the septic drain field area. It does come straight up. There is some timber that does need to be removed. The home site individual does not want it to be placed where the actual road was supposed to be. He is adamant he wants it on the yellow line, but we cannot do that due to the septic drain field. He does not want to go with this route, which is the preferred route, because it's a lot more tree removal that he's going to have to pay. Charmel's is down below right here. Pat Matt now has the old Morgeau place, Robert Morgeau, I think it was. But this is where the road was supposed to be at, and we would prefer that road to be put on that original footprint. Because then it's a gradual slope. You don't have it next to the lake. That could be abandoned, so you don't get the runoff or anything going down into the lake from that road, sedimentation or anything. You will be able to access it year round better off of this site. He is still wanting council action to be wanting the lands department to come in here for council action to move it forward of putting it on the yellow line, which we cannot do because that is just not recommended to be driving over anybody's drain field, because then it'll fail. So we would, if anything, if we were to relocate that driveway, it would have to come in from the west above Charmel's onto that already platted road that was supposed to have been put in place. So tribal lands on this one, on the request, we would request to deny the request and put it on the identified footprint of the existing platted road area.
Can I get a motion to that effect? Motion by Tom to deny the proposal.
Are we in open?
Yeah, we're in open. We went to open and then he said he had 2 more things to do. Could use a second to deny the request. To use the yellow line, that's the denial, right? To use the yellow.
Is a denial, yep. To use that yellow line as the denial.
Going once.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, James.
I second it.
Seconded by James. So we have a motion by Tom to deny the request to use the asked for new roadway. Second by James. All in favor?
Yeah, with the statement that is.
Right. Yeah. Carol abstains. We have 6-4 and Carol abstained.
And just one last further update is that CAI.
I got a question. Oh, go ahead, Bing. Oh, okay. 5-4 and 2 abstained. Carol and Bing abstained. No, go ahead.
CITT grants, got moved up to the water board to get processed through. They're finalizing them right now at the state, getting us all the, so we can start drawing down the money and moving forward with the well drilling for off-season water. That is it.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mark. Happy New Year.
Thank you, council.
Che hoy.